Good evening and welcome to Loading Ready Run AFK. I'm Cameron, and joining me tonight are...
Hello, I'm Ian.
I'm Corey.
I'm Julie.
And I'm Paul.
And we will be playing Dungeons and/or Dragons. No, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We get both.
Dungeon.
Both?
Yes, both.
Dungeons, Zor, Dragons.
First one, then the other. We will be playing 5th edition in a campaign setting of my own devising for this tonight's kind of one-off adventure. So this is a bit of playing around and fine-tuning and getting a feel for things.
So if we all die like immediately, you can,
Yeah,
you can go,
Yeah.
all right, maybe I'll move the Tarask till the later part of the adventure.
Okay, so the Tarask seems strong for first level.
Yeah.
So we'll try it at second level. Make second level characters.
Okay.
We'll just work our way slowly
Yeah,
out.
slowly up.
Iterate.
Yeah, iterate.
Yeah.
So for tonight's stream, we will be welcoming and greeting subs and thanking subs at the intervals when we take breaks, so that we aren't constantly like pausing the game to welcome new subscribers. Otherwise, anything else that we need to take care of before we get started?
I mean, we're all going to meet each other somehow, so we'll probably do that organically.
We, and we Cam's given us sort of a general outline, but we don't really know anything more about the world than you do. So we will learn as you learn,
Yeah.
So far, the only feedback
and
from
as
the
our
chat.
characters learn, I guess.
So far, the only feedback from the chat is that they are waiting for Cam's laptop to fall off the table.
It's fine.
It's secure.
Nope.
I'd hate to see you pet a cat.
Good
All
cat.
right.
Excuse me.
Oh, right.
Everything's fine.
Oh, the background.
Oh!
No.
Infinite
Time
D's and D's and
tunnel.
D's
No.
and D's
Too
and
many.
D's and D's.
There we go. Got there.
All right.
And D and N. Like superscript N.
Math
All right.
humor.
Humor.
Okay, math.
Okay, I guess we should get a roll on. So,
I see what you did there.
That's a
oh,
D12.
the puns that you don't intend are actually just the worst puns. They feel so bad. They
So
feel bad.
good.
They hurt us. Luckily, I have a way to take that out on people around me right now.
It was hard.
Oh, that face.
I'm pretty sure I have way better AC than all you.
It's true.
Fair enough.
Probably
That just
true.
means
You're
any
pumped.
threat that can touch Julie, just basically like splash damage.
Holy
kills
crap,
the rest
yeah.
of the party.
I know, right?
They're super tank.
Her.
Okay. So, we'll begin on a warm spring day in the human project of Kokaitos, which is nestled among the limitless, chaotic expanse of the Idol. This year, Kokaitos celebrates its centennial, the 100th anniversary of its founding, around the portal through which all human trade and information passes. The lord of the city has led a relatively prosperous set of seasons. The weather has been mild, harvests have been bountiful, raids from the idol have been infrequent but not unheard of. New projects have moved out every few years, fairly regularly for as long as anyone can remember. And everyone is feeling prosperous and happy and safe.
The end.
We win.
So
Glad we had that talk.
maybe we could start off with people introducing themselves, just so the viewers at home know who plays who and what you do. Who is your daddy and where does he work?
I didn't do that much character background.
Okay, well, not everyone has a father, and that's okay.
Aw.
I believe that's actually, yes, that's
That
part of my background.
Oh, well,
Well, Paul, would you
Tell
care to
us
start
more.
us off then?
All right. Well, in that case, I'm a rogue, and I'm assuming that this is. I grew up on the streets of the city as a sort of street urchin, orphan type, and I'm assuming that city is in fact Hokkaido's.
Yeah.
And so I know the city streets and stuff really well, especially the sort of slum areas. I know them really well, but I have very little experience outside of that, and I am very quick, or pretty quick, and yeah, I am good at sneaking around and jumping and hitting things without them seeing me, hopefully. That is the ideal scenario that I would enjoy, which is sneak attacking things.
Okay.
So if anybody wants to, help me do that, I would appreciate it.
Brave fighter, what be your name?
And my name
Stop talking like that right now.
is Alphonse.
All right.
And I have a pet mouse named Spike.
What?
Literally, that's in the when you take the urchin
class stuff?
if
Oh.
you take the urchin background, it's one of your possessions is a pet mouse,
Aw,
Oh,
and so I named him Spike.
Nice.
adorable.
He has a tiny spiked collar.
aw.
Adorable.
All right. Julie.
Okay. My name is Alexandra. Fighter. My father is the town blacksmith, and so
You do know what your father does.
I do. I planned that. Yeah, so her father is the kind of village blacksmith, so she's been kind of working with him ever since she was really little. She's actually made most of her own armor herself. She kind of, people realized when she was pretty little that she was pretty strong, and there was one point when we had, an invasion from the idol where she actually, something got close enough to the smithy where she grabbed the nearest sword and swung it and actually hit something, and so people kind of took note of that, and she got trained up properly. And yeah, she's a pretty decent fighter. She doesn't think she's particularly clever or good at anything beyond, what she knows, but she's put in good time as a smith and put in good time as a fighter, and she does her best.
Nice.
Ian.
I am Crankor, and I am the... well, I don't know who my parents are because I was simply just left in an orphanage at a very young age. Possibly due to the fact that I'm not really like everyone else. It's a little bit odd. Nobody knows who my parents are. I don't know who my parents are, and I don't really fit in. Which is why I joined the service, the local soldiery of
Crankor? No, wait, no, that's you.
Hokkaidos.
Hokkaido's.
Hokkaidos. I've been working there for a number of years just as a regular old soldier and have recently joined the rangering program, completed the necessary tasks to get that under my belt, and now I'm able to go wander the wilds and take care of things that might need to be taken care of outside of the city in the idol.
So,
Is the idol, just quickly, is it IDLE, like idol?
I'm spelling it IDYLL.
Oh,
thought
okay.
Ooh.
That's
Nailed it.
extra mystical.
The chat
Yeah.
is pretty hyped for the return of Crankor. And Cam, there's a question before we continue if this campaign has a name.
I'm calling it Etin, E-T-I-N,
Okay.
so far, but
All right.
I'm going to let it mature and develop a bit of character before I really commit it to a name.
You had a question?
Just that your rite of initiation into the Rangers, which we would call a class of people, would be to spend a night on the mountain, which is kind of the only feature in the idol that you can really see from town. Otherwise, the idol is, for the viewers at home, what I've been telling people is that human settlements, which are called projects, kind of exist in these bubbles in an otherwise chaotic unpredictable, dangerous wilderness called the Idle. And travel between these settlements is, at best, unadvisable, and in most situations, functionally impossible, unless the distances are very short. So, which isn't to say that people don't work in the Idle or go out into the Idle, but they do so kind of at their own peril. It's like a very kind of like hard-nosed expansion on the like teddy bear picnic kind of formulation of the wild, right? Only instead of just like bears, there's like dangerous fae, basically. So from Kokaidos, you just see trees kind of every direction. There's no horizon that you can even really make out.
But for this mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you go to the mountain, and when you climb the mountain, you can actually see. And you're not missing anything. It's the
There's-
same undifferentiated idol.
There's the project
Yeah.
and the idol.
Yeah.
Can we see any other projects?
No.
So we have no, because everybody, you go between projects to the gates.
Yeah, through the prism.
Right. So we have no idea actually how far away the other projects are.
Yeah, and the way the idol works is that even this is something I didn't really want to have to do, but sometimes you got to do it. Human settlements form around prisms, which are the gate. It's an extra-dimensional form of travel. It's a teleporter. And the older they get, the more stable they become, and the larger safe area they project, hence the name, into the idol where people can live. And finding new prisms is one of the imperatives of your people.
You have places to live.
Yeah, but they have to be found, and they kind of have to be. You can't just go out into the idol and look for them. You have to kind of manipulate your existing prism to send you to a new one. In such a way, you have to solve it, basically.
Cool.
And nobody knows how many solutions there are, but they seem to be everywhere, and hopefully you don't open your prism on a solution that's deep underwater, or high in the air, or, in the middle of a mountain.
And as far as we know, or at least to our current ideas, Kokaido's like the first, like everything kind of goes out from us?
No, you are one of the projects that exists kind of on the periphery of human civilization. Further, human civilization, it's actually possible to travel through the idol. Okay,
Wow.
we're back.
Yay!
Hello, we're back having not known that we had left.
So
Corey
still has to introduce herself.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Corey.
Okay, so I am Sue,
Okay.
the warlock. And,
Something called me Sue.
yes. And so I work for the group that sends information through the prism.
So I decided early on when I was building the setting, sorry, I totally interrupted you,
No.
that I wanted there to be one conceit for spell casting among humans, and I never used warlocks before, and I thought they sounded interesting, and I liked the idea that magic use would be a thing that you just decided that you could do, and you go through the process of becoming a warlock, and you make your pact with the power that grants you magic, and you're a warlock. It's not a genetic thing. You aren't chosen. You don't have like an extensive training program.
I had to eat a rock.
It's a
Yeah.
job.
It's a class like any other, right? You could theoretically multi-class in it without going through the
You just have to-
wonderful D&D trope of being like, I am a wizard who has studied for many centuries in order to perfect my art. Oh yeah, I took a class in wizard, 4 levels back. It's pretty good.
You just have to be willing to do the whatever you have to do to make a pact with something.
Yeah.
I ate a rock.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit more. We'll
There's
work
more.
on what it actually means,
Yeah.
but the idea is that human warlocks make a pact with the entity living in the prism, and it has several different interpretations.
I liked the name thing in the window.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that maybe like the person who was going to become a warlock like right before you. It's like you must sacrifice your firstborn child. You must destroy the most powerful thing. You eat a rock.
Yeah.
Hey, I can do that. And everyone else is like, what the? Oh, man.
Thanks to the bullies in high school, I'm such a warlock.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Well-
I want to work towards expansion of human civilization.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Yeah. The idea is that the prism, as they do, they split. On the other side of the prism, on the other side of the gate, is the light, whatever. It's a luminous thing. It's, the human concept of the creator deity or good or whatever is usually depicted as being light, whether it's the sun or whatever. But the prism splits it into its constituent elements. And human civilization interprets that as different packs that you can enter, or different modalities for the deity or the entity living in the prism.
Cool.
I picked red.
That means you're bad, right?
So that means that when we rest, people within 10 feet can re-roll healing dice.
Ooh.
It means
Yeah.
she's correct. Red is the color of correction.
Someone's been in school for a very long time.
We'll come up with, cool mystical names for it later. So, yeah, it is a warm spring day when, in the marketplace, there is a man who was wearing strange clothes, and you think he might be a new arrival, maybe, from someplace, which is itself interesting and a novelty. But he staggers and holds his head, and he starts to scream. And as he collapses, and horns erupt out of his head,
Ooh.
and his shins seem to splinter and stretch into what evoke hooves to you.
Oh, dear.
Oh boy, this was going to be so pleasant until shit got real.
Yeah. And it takes on a shape that evokes what you would recognize as one of the Fae, who are dangerous and bad.
Ooh.
So if anyone is in the market, and I will let you decide if you are or not, this will be a short encounter, and you'll get XP whether you participate in it or not.
I feel like Alphonse is probably like, oh my god, what's that?
Yeah.
He's
Uh,
so taking advantage of the situation to see if he can stash a few
So-
things.
Yeah.
I do have a couple questions here, just meta-wise.
Okay.
So as one of the things as a ranger I get to pick up from the book is I get to choose a couple favored enemies.
Okay.
Now you were mentioning earlier when you were discussing this that we might not run into that many different things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, beasts would be a good one,
Mm-hmm.
and Fae would be the other appropriate one.
Then I will take those and mark them. And,
Okay. Do you get two?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. And I get a favored natural. As a natural explorer, I get a couple types of terrain that I'm
Okay.
favored in, which I would guess would probably be
The idol.
the idle and maybe mountainous terrain.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
That
sounds
makes
good.
sense.
Then I am probably there anyway.
Okay. So in this man's thrashing, several people, it does the crowd thing where several people, like, move away and other people move in to help, and one of the people who is moved in to help gets thrown away.
Whoa! Oh boy.
Not like away, but like,
Leaves the ground.
yeah, is the satyr sweeps his arm, and somebody who is standing there goes that way for a little while with a inhuman kind of level of strength.
He's moved fast enough that we're paying attention to the person doing it rather than watching where he lands.
Yeah, and the market stand flips over, and apples go rolling through the marketplace, and there is screaming and commotion. And what do you do? The people who are there.
Well, Alexandra is likely at this point on her way back to the smithy after her morning training session.
Okay.
So conveniently still in her armor.
Okay.
If she happens upon this scene, she would definitely go after that bad thing.
Okay. If you are present, roll initiative.
I am.
Wait, I was supposed to. Should we just call it out, or do we ask?
I will. Alphonse.
5.
Alexandra.
8.
Crankor.
14.
Sue.
10.
10.
Alphonse can move really fast, but he's just not. He's kind of hanging back right now. That's what he tells himself.
Okay. So, chaos is kind of ruling the marketplace right now. The satyr looks around and it produces a long, thin sword, seemingly from nowhere, and scrambles to collect, just like handfuls of stuff, right? It's scrambling to take things as it looks around for anything threatening it with the sword in one hand and just a collection of like things in the other, fruit, basic marketplace stuff, like if you swept the shelf in a drugstore kind of thing, right? Or a 7-Eleven. You would get a rough sense of what it's grabbing.
As a marketplace, are we looking at something more open, square style?
Yeah,
or,
it's
not
a
dark
town
alley?
square.
Okay.
No. Imagine your stereotypical European-esque city with daub and wattle buildings and stone and like a broad square with maybe a well in the middle and stalls.
Do we know, just by virtue of living in this world, like obviously this is a fae, do we know anything about satyrs or anything like that? Like,
They are
is it a known type of fae?
Yeah, they are one of the most common kinds that you would encounter. They're the ones that form the war parties. They are strong and large and dangerous, and I'm going way more for a Pan's Labyrinth
Right.
kind of feel to it than I am for a guy in a scarf sitting under a street lamp playing pipes.
Are they, and to our knowledge, are they known to be able to change into
No,
people?
this is different.
Okay.
This is different. His horns, they show a lot of variability, fae to fae. They don't all look the same, but they kind of all share the characteristics of being like, looking like they could almost pass for human if you were an alien describing a human to somebody else, only their legs bend the wrong way and they end in hooves, and they tend to have horns or antlers, and this one kind of has like a big like antler thing with only there's what you presume to be the old skin of its body hanging off of it like velvet.
Whoa.
And its face is the old face it had as a person, just set like a porcelain mask kind of over.
Freaky.
Yeah.
Gnarly.
Well, regardless,
Which is weird.
it's
That's
Oh,
weird.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah,
That's
well,
good.
it's a fantasy setting. Who knows?
No,
Like,
it's-
dragon, what color? Red, black? Okay, well, I'll go left, you go
Just
right.
so you know, this is unusual.
regardless, my read on the situation is that this thing shouldn't be here.
No.
So anyone who's not involved in getting rid of it should be clearing out right now.
Yeah.
And I make that will known.
Yeah. Usually there isn't a lot of internal security inside the city. You have a wall
My assumption
for
is
this kind of thing.
I'm in the marketplace. It's midday. I'm here on a meal break.
Yeah.
I'm here to grab some food, and this happens.
Yeah.
Not on my watch.
Okay. Crankor, it is your turn.
Well, I'm going to I'm going to swing a spear at it.
Okay, so you move towards it and attack.
Yep. So I guess I will roll a.
This won't happen on my watch. Luckily, I'm on my break.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It is not my watch for another 15 minutes.
So that's a 10 and a 2 for my proficiency on that, so 12.
Okay, that misses. The satyr. Sorry, 12?
So
you should
you're
also be adding
a strength to that, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, that should be 27.
Oh.
Okay.
What? Not your whole strength.
Oh,
Strength.
No, your strength modifier.
14.
14.
Yes.
All
Oh,
right.
that was a roller coaster.
27.
Like, holy
Skewer it.
Okay. All right.
14.
I need to go and rebuild.
Everything.
Yeah. By satyr, I meant gold dragon. It's made out of solid cash. Okay. So your spear, you lunge forward with your spear. It pierces the satyr's side.
Okay.
Roll damage.
4 and 4 is 8.
8. All right.
And with that, I'll just yell a general command back whence you came.
All right. It hisses in pain and yells something in Sylvan,
Which I definitely don't speak.
and it takes its reaction,
Hooray.
i.e., it was scanning the crowd looking for people while it swiped shit. So that was a held action. And attacks. What is your AC?
15.
Okay. It with a swift riposte, it stabs you.
Okay.
The pointy end goes in the man.
Ow.
And does 8 damage.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
How much do you
Good
have?
night.
I have 4 left now.
Okay. Sue. A city ranger has leapt to the attack.
I think I have to, at this point, maybe run in and heal him.
Okay. All right.
Maybe
Up
I'll,
to the
I'll
attack
use
and got
my
skewered.
cure wounds.
Okay.
So I have to
In-
get in its touch.
Okay.
Adherents of the Red Pact are healers.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So I believe that's. I need to roll a
1 hit dice.
hit dice.
Yeah, Cure Wounds does. Paul, could you look up Cure Wounds for me, please? This is something that I should probably have just written down.
Yeah, I for some reason removed it from my notes before printing this off.
I shall. Cure wounds. D8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
So for warlocks, that is charisma.
Yeah, 4.
Okay.
Plus
So
4.
I guess I should roll that? Or do you want to roll that?
I could roll that.
Because I guess you're the
She would
one.
be
You're the one
rolling,
healing
yes.
me.
That is 7.
Yay!
Yay.
All right.
I'm almost back to. Thank you.
Yeah, your light or your wound fuses together with a kind of a rainbow light.
I've seen this before, so it's not that
It's,
exciting.
it's like a Care Bear stare, only it.
Sparkle healing.
Yeah, only instead of innards, it's healing a white ball of healing light, just like in Fight Club.
I appreciate
Alexandra.
Sparkle lotion.
All right. I charge into the fray with my sword and shield ready.
Okay.
And I will slash at the satyr with my longsword. 12.
That misses.
I do nothing.
Alphonse.
All right. Well, the guy who ran in and stabbed it successfully got massively stabbed back. So I am going to go. I'll help and shoot it with my bow
Okay.
from the maximum range of my bow. Or
That
from-
seems prudent.
So you exit the town square.
The maximum normal range or like the maximum
No.
range?
For the maximum range that I'm not at disadvantage attacking.
You climb a tree in the idle.
Oops. Sorry, I gotta keep rolling.
That's a pretty good
I just
roll,
gotta
though.
roll
Yeah.
here,
Yeah, I would keep that
Not
one.
quite. So that is a 24.
That definitely hits.
Alright. And I believe it's just for range stuff we don't add your...
Sneak attack.
Your proficiency, or
No, you
No.
add your dex bonus
Yeah.
to
You
it.
do add your dex bonus
Yes.
to damage?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they've
cool.
decided to not hobble range shooting
Well,
anymore.
actually, so in that case, it's 7, and because there is somebody within 5 feet of him, I do get my sneak attack,
All right.
which is another d6.
Wow.
So if it's 5 damage, so that's 12 in total.
Egad. Okay.
Surprise! And then I look around, go, oh no, somebody was shooting arrows. Where is that person? You should attack that person.
The
Who isn't me?
the satyr, yeah, as you attack it, an arrow thwanks in kind of like center of mass, and it makes a noise that sounds like if you, it makes a surprisingly deep boo noise,
That doesn't sound normal.
right? And staggers backwards and tries to retreat. So that would just be it takes a normal move
Or does
because
it,
it's
does-
not dashing, so it's not.
Does it disengage?
Yes, it disengages. That was the word I was looking
Yeah.
for.
So it doesn't, because otherwise
it doesn't
provokes.
attack of opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it disengages and runs away down a side street.
Is it faster than
They
person?
its long backward articulated legs give it a powerful bounding gait, and it moves with surprising speed.
Regardless, we should go after it to make sure it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run after it
Okay.
and get into range of at least a bow, because that seemed to be quite effective.
Yeah. It's
What's
yeah.
great is then he can't attack you
Yes.
back.
Yeah, it's leaving like a trail of stolen stuff, and yeah, flees down a street, and it hasn't turned a corner yet, but it seems to be going somewhere
Well,
with purpose.
I unshoulder my bow and
Okay.
nock an arrow.
Yeah, time to kick some back.
Yep.
So short bow's 80 feet range.
Yep. It has moved 40.
Okay. Sweet.
Oh,
17 plus the 2 is a 19.
That hits. Roll
Great.
me some damage.
1d6. 3 and 4 is 7 damages.
Okay. The satyr staggers under the blow, but picks up and continues to move. Sue.
We can't let it escape. Well, I mean, we can let it escape, but
I can still do cantrips, right?
Uh,
It's just my
yep.
my one spell slot is expended. So
yes.
whatever this
Well,
thing is should
I
be.
will, I think, blade ward myself
Okay.
and move after it.
Okay. You give chase.
Blade ward sounds good.
I have resistance to its sword.
Alexandra.
I am going to follow suit and draw my short bow.
Okay. Does, out of curiosity, does your armor reduce your move speed?
No,
Okay.
no.
It gives you disadvantage on stealth. I
Yeah,
think is
I
the-
Right.
am not stealthy.
Clang,
Okay.
clang.
No.
All right. So you
It's
take
still
a shot.
within- Okay. Please hit. That's probably not. Well, maybe 16.
That hits.
Yay! I get to do a thing. 7 piercing.
Okay. That drops it.
Yay!
It collapses, and you see all the weird things that it decided to steal from the market for some reason scatter, and it tries to pick itself up and pull forward, but it is grievously wounded.
All right.
Alphonse?
Does anything that it dropped? Does there seem to be any like pattern to the stuff it dropped? Like, was it grabbing all of one
It
kind
was
of thing?
at
or
like a produce stand.
is there anything particularly cool that it dropped? Like actual like money or anything?
How do you feel
No,
about
not
cabbages?
really. It Yeah, cabbages, root vegetables. Not even root. What would even be in season in the spring? What would you be finding at a produce stand in the spring?
Fruit.
Salad greens,
Yeah, succulents.
Yeah.
It was grabbing a lot of like
Oh, no.
kale.
kale.
Spring fruit.
Yeah.
Okay, so is Alphonse will walk up. So your Krenkor will be. He's like you're just on break, right? So you're dressed as you're like a guard
Yeah,
official.
I've got my leather
person.
armor on.
So Alphonse would be like walk up and be like, that was yeah, we really took that guy out. Yeah, we should go there. There's some sort of bounty or something on those, right?
I'm not entirely sure what the bounty on this might be, but moreover, what's it doing inside the walls?
It is dead, right?
Give me a perception check.
I would be looking to.
Have you followed it or chased it?
I'm right behind it.
Okay,
I moved
yes.
after it.
Yeah, no, Alexandra's definitely after it.
Yeah.
4.
12.
That's worse than my passive perception.
You are, Alexandra, you're pretty convinced it's dead. You got it good. It should be dead. It's still like, you remember Akira? When they machine gun the guy in the streets?
Yeah.
So it's
He's like-
alive, but
yeah.
it doesn't really matter for long.
Yeah, it's currently alive, and that's changing. As it's changing for all of us, but for him it's changing faster. You see standing in front of it, another one of the onlookers has stepped up to it, and she is looking down on it. You recognize her. She is, her name is, what did I decide her name was going to be? I wrote this down. Kieran.
Kieran?
Yeah. She's a musician. She has a very, very nice lute,
Hmm.
which is kind of an unusual luxury item in a place that doesn't make musical instruments, and they have to be moved through the idol in some way. So it's a bit of a novelty.
Hmm.
So is she pretty famous in this town as being a really good musician?
She's kind of like Darth Fiddler.
Okay.
She was playing in the marketplace.
So famous within a very small range.
Yeah. Alexandra, she doesn't stand like she usually stands. She's much straighter, and her motion seems much more like deliberate than it normally is.
Are you all right?
She looks up at you as she casually produces a dagger and slashes its throat.
I didn't know you were of the fighting type.
I haven't been for a while. Was that your bow shot?
Yeah, it was.
That's good.
Thank you.
Micah teach you to shoot?
I'm sorry?
Did Micah teach you to shoot? The ranger.
No, I learned on my own.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you. I thought you were a musician,
I am.
but you fight too?
Among other things, yeah.
Other things?
We'll talk. Are you okay? Are you okay? She shouts back towards the marketplace. Is everyone
Is everybody in the market like? Did anybody get
the guy who got
they got
the guy who got comically launched through a stall is like, yeah, fine.
Oh, good. We don't,
he'll walk it off.
we don't
Yeah.
need to worry about him.
Yeah, he landed in a barrel of things.
Pile of horse manure.
Yeah, he landed on a pile of like stunt glass and empty boxes.
Nobody really liked that guy anyway.
Yeah.
Moreover, you seemed a little bit calm about this occurrence. Did you know this, I want to say man?
Well, no,
Or
but
do you recognize what happened?
yeah. I mean, calm is a relative thing. How are you feeling? Is that your first? Is
It's,
that your first one of these?
it's not the first time I've been in a fight, but it is the first time I've been fighting something like that.
Me too.
Good.
Let's
How about that's the last time we fight a thing like that? Because is this a thing that people turn into Fae now? Because that is not cool.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised and concerned as all of you are.
You're. I know. Getting meta again. Is she from around here?
She moved here a while back.
Okay. Very good. How old?
40-ish,
Okay, so.
late 40s.
Okay.
Although she's kind of like she's one of those people whose ages is difficult to pin down.
Right, but she would have moved here about how far back?
20 years. She's been around here for as long as you've kind of been a conscious
Okay.
person capable of forming memories.
Okay, so.
But we would have never seen her fight.
No.
No.
And so she said that she has experience fighting, just not satyrs or people that have transformed into satyrs.
No, this thing in particular. This is new. This is
Yeah.
new. Well, I mean, the thing where it erupted out of a person, that's new. What comes after is pretty, de rigueur.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, which is comforting, I have to say.
I'm very comforted.
Yeah, I need a drink. Do you want a drink? Do you drink?
I can. I mean, I probably should get back to work, but I think they're going to want to know as much about this as
that's probably
Yeah,
fair.
sure,
Did anyone
I'll
see
buy.
where it came from?
inside of, well, him.
Okay.
Do we have to take the?
She points to somebody
Thanks.
who's just in the marketplace and kind of like looking over as there's like a dozen people who are like, "Ooh, what's going on?" She indicates one of them and says, "You go get the guard, tell them the danger's over, but to bring people to the market. And there is a fae that needs to be burnt." And
I'm on the reserve guard. Should I go with them or should I?
you stick with me.
Okay.
Let's go back to the market and have a look.
I would like to take a.
You're a ranger, right?
Yes. I used to be of the guard, but I went up the mountain and came back.
Okay.
So I guess.
Tell me what happened here.
I guess I should take a perception check, shouldn't I?
Or an investigation.
Yeah, an investigation. Okay.
Yeah, I'm wondering if as my background is sort of knowing probably this area of the city really well,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like a guy in strange clothes showing up would have tweaked my interest, at least
Yeah,
knowing
maybe you were like,
where he came from,
yeah,
or at least like what direction he came from, and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So I don't know. I guess that would be an investigation.
yeah.
Okay.
If you want to find out what this guy has been doing, that would be an investigation roll.
17.
14.
14. Okay, Crankor, you find, okay, both of you find the clothes that he was wearing. They are torn, burst from, his larger, powerful frame emerging from a standard human one, but they are still recognizable. You don't recognize them. They have a peculiar smell to them. They're cut in a strange way. You recognize them as sailor's clothing.
Well, that's interesting, because I don't believe that there's a port anywhere near.
Yeah. I don't know
Not
what
that-
sailor's clothes are. I'm going to assume they wear slightly different cut
Yeah,
clothing
not
or
that
carry
I-
stuff in a peculiar way.
I mean, not that I could see. There's.
Like we're in
He's
the-
not from around here.
Like we're in the
and-
middle of the forest.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's no water around.
Yeah.
Where we are.
And it was just getting, like kale and spring onions and, like a small container of like apples that were preserved in spiced oil. And
He's not from around here, and he is very interested in food. Probably quite hungry, and if nothing else, looking to make a journey.
Would I have information about the nearest port?
Yes. Yeah, you would. There is one port city that is kind of within the cheap distance, or at the easy equilibrium from Kakaidos,
Okay.
which is the port, the project Ixion.
One port city doesn't do any good.
Yeah.
You need more than one.
Well, I mean, like
to make it
they
useful.
it's not even really a port city. It's a coastal city. It has a port in that the people need some place to tie up their boats when they're not fishing.
Right.
And it has like a lighthouse, but you don't like traveling through the ocean it's still the idle. And eventually the storms get larger and larger and larger, and you can no longer travel through them. So ocean travel has the same dangers as overland travel. It just manifests in a slightly different way that you would expect from water rather than
Storms and
land.
kraken.
Yeah.
Hella sharks.
I guess-
So, yeah, you would know that if this guy was not from around here, he would have had to have come through the prism,
Yeah.
and that would mean that he probably came from this place. That's the logical chain of events.
Yeah.
The question, I guess, is this, like, it turned into this big monster? Was that, it was like, okay, time to turn into the monster, let's do this thing, blah.
So should we find out
Or
if
was
this
it-
has happened anywhere else in like Ixion?
Or was it like, it was just like some guy who got infected by something or
Yeah,
got
but what
messed up
kind
with
of
something?
infection would that be, and can it
I don't
spread, and
know.
is it contagious?
It
And-
didn't-
Yeah.
It didn't look like he did this out of a choice, and if he was in the marketplace, he didn't go crazy.
And
He wanted to get out of here, but he wanted to get something first.
Yeah, but you would think if the objective was like get a bunch of cabbage, this is not the best way to do that.
Well, I think maybe he was. Let me give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was here to buy cabbage,
Alexander, can I see your character sheet briefly, please?
and just didn't have the opportunity to make the legal purchase before moving on.
Does anyone have knowledge religion? Or
No.
actually, everyone give me a knowledge religion roll.
Just a
That's good.
religion roll.
Yeah.
16.
12.
Also 12.
20.
Ooh, natural.
Crankor and Alexandra, you know that the folklore surrounding the Fae is that they're not impossible to deal with. They're just extremely dangerous, and generally there's no reason to do anything with them because they don't like humans. For whatever reason, if they do like you, it's always a matter of making a deal. And the deal always has a cost. And the thing with the Fae is that you go in with eyes open, and most of the time it's just like kill you, right? But if you do ever enter into a pact with them, there's always a cost, but it's always up front. And one of the things that you never do with them, because there's always a cost to everything, is that you never accept their hospitality. You don't eat, you don't drink out in the idle, because that will have a cost. And this thing was grabbing food from here, which seems like an inversion of that.
Interesting.
Hey, Cam, can I just ask a clarifying question from the chat? The nature of the idol. Some people are sort of, just to sort of get their heads around it, it's less of a biome and more of a status effect.
Yeah, actually, I like that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Chat. That clarifies my thinking around it.
And from what you were saying before, it's sort of like it's forest, but it's like constantly in flux. Like you can't rely on
it's
trails or anything.
It's like we have an understanding of what a forest is, a forest biome, right? And it's like the idol understands that and is like, okay, we can generate as much of that as you want,
Right.
right? So after a while, it would become like procedurally generated
Right.
in every direction. You just go up far enough, and suddenly you You get lost and you
Right.
can't return. And the superstition around that is that you go out far enough and you drink the water and you eat a handful of berries and suddenly you become property of the idol.
Okay.
Or you owe it
you
so
can,
much
you
that
can
you...
bring food out
Yeah.
and eat your own food,
Mhm.
but not eat the food that you
Yeah,
find out
that's
there
the
naturally.
superstition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's sort of an advanced version of the, take nothing but pictures. So the,
I mean, eventually, I suppose the folklore is that you can give it back if you cut it off.
Does it work in reverse then?
Interesting question.
I think that's a question we should be exploring.
so the idea is theoretically you can, so the Fae aren't, monsters to the extent of they can be communicated with, but it's usually not very fruitful.
Yeah, it's generally there's no quarter given, but they are intelligent.
Right.
And they do seem to have some kind of society that makes sense to them. And in dire situations, there are stories about people making deals
And he
to get
was-
things. And Kieran says, kind of apropos of nothing, have you ever seen what happens when a prism fails?
They can
I
fail?
didn't know they could fail.
Like I assumed it must. But
I guess there aren't many stories of them happening because if it fails, it's pretty hard to get back from. a failed
That's true
prison.
again. How would you get the story through?
Yeah.
I have something bad just came to mind. Faye, go ahead.
People do what they need to survive.
Yes, and if we're encroaching on the Fae, and the Fae are usually the ones who are are part of the raiding parties, and he is dressed in the suits of a person who's not from around here. Maybe he didn't come from elsewhere. Maybe he came from out, and is trying to get deep in.
That he's trying to.
But then why would he take food?
Maybe the eating our food makes them like us.
Makes them appear human? And you think it was just
Maybe,
whatever that effect is wore off over time?
Yeah. Maybe he needed a snack to.
Then why don't we hear about it more often?
Maybe they're better at it than this.
You should take me to the prism.
We should go to the prison. I think I think you might know more than you're letting on right now, and I think I'd like to hear about this. But we should probably not talk about it out here. I'm guessing.
You think it's okay to take someone unexpected, someone
It's
who's
kinda like-
acting in an unexpected way to the prison?
It's kind of like
after,
going to
after
the-
asking a question like, "Have you ever seen a prism fail?"
It's kind of like going to the post office for the most part.
But it's weird, really weird circumstances right
Yeah.
now.
I don't know. What did the rest of you think? You wanted to drink a few minutes ago, but I think
Yeah, but now I'm curious.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Do you think something happened in Ixion?
You tell me.
I do want information.
The prism can fail? I'm still stuck on that because that would be real bad.
When they're small.
They have different sizes?
They get smaller over time.
Well, they
They get bigger.
typically they grow over time.
Oh well.
That's how the safe zone expands.
Anyway.
I don't really know much about prisms, so I believe you when you say either way.
I like to make assumptions outside of my comfort zone.
I mean, if you are concerned about bringing someone to the prism in an unusual circumstance, I mean, I am technically with the town guards, so I could be an escort. If
That's a wonderful idea. Yeah, she can be my guard.
Can we just get more guards? Can you just talk to them and
I'm just
round us up a group and
I mean,
talk to the city?
you're
and-
with the rangers, right?
I can act
yeah?
in that capacity. Of a guard, I mean.
Okay, well, here, I know a shortcut to the prism. So Spike and I are gonna go there. You guys can come, and let's see what the heck's going on. Because if there's more sailors coming, I don't want that. That's just gonna mess everything up.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see many more sailors, but I don't think there's much to be learned from.
I figure it's quite
Yeah,
possible that
there are other guards
Yeah,
arriving now.
This is taken care of. I don't think there's anything more to learn from this. We've pretty much done what we can here.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you guys say we take a break here? We've been going
Yeah.
for about an hour.
sure.
So, yeah, let's call a quick break and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Does that sound good? All right. See you soon, chat. We'll come back and we'll continue our adventures.
Ooh.
welcome back. Just wanted to welcome some subscribers and resubscribers before we continue with the campaign. We have Juliamon with a 10-month resub. Welcome back, Juliamon.
I thought that was you.
Nice.
No.
What?
Welcome back, Juliamon. Now I have
No,
differentiations.
Juliamon's been around
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
longer
Yeah.
than we've known Cam.
Oh,
Yeah.
L. Kynes with a 2-month resub. Welcome back. Jim Rabbit, 24-month resub. 2 years from Jim Rabbit.
wow.
Nice.
Thermos, 5-month resub. Welcome back, Thermos. Lord Shadner with a 26-month resub. Welcome back, Lord Shadner.
Wow.
Weirdnay, 28-month resub. Thank you so much.
Ooh.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Trace, 472 with a 2-month resub. Welcome back. 472 for 2 months.
Nice.
Bonky Dolls with a 20-month resub. Welcome back, Bonky Dolls.
Great
Thank
mouthfeel.
Yeah. Angor, 33 with a 28-month resub. Welcome back, Angor, 33.
Rancor, thanks, Angor.
King of the West, 7.
Game recognized game.
With a 4-month resub. Welcome back, King of the West, 7.
Yay.
Wilhelm Screamer, 11-month resub.
Hey.
Thank you for your
Thank
continued
you.
support. Freezer Assassin with a 21-month resub. Thank you, Freezer
Nice.
Assassin.
Thank
now
you.
everyone's taking this as an opportunity to resub. Good lord. Should have waited till the end.
Have we hit escape velocity?
NZ. We have, actually. With a
Sisyphus, how
12-month
appropriate.
resub. Thank you for 1 year from Sisyphus NZ.
Nice.
Happy anniversary, Sisyphus.
EB Music Man 84 with a 4-month resub. Welcome back. Akvar with a 22-month resub.
It's
And,
a snack.
Also a 22-month resub from Shirts. Thank you both for 22 months of support.
Thank you
Yay.
for covering my torso.
How many
Yay.
shirts?
Deinonychus 24 with a 7-month resub. Welcome back. Deinonychus 24.
The claws.
Cool Hand 2 with a 16-month resub. Welcome back.
Sequel
Cool
that
Hand
never
2.
got made.
The Architect X
Just one
with a
Cool Hand doesn't do much
32-month
good.
resub.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Welcome back,
Thank you.
Architect X. Nefarious Ned, a 4-month resub. Welcome back, Nefarious Ned. Midgard Serpent with a 24-month resub. 2 years from the Midgard Serpent.
Nice.
Mr. Pudding Maker, 7-month resub from Mr. Pudding Maker. Baldrash with a 14-month resub. Welcome back, Baldrash. The Knight of Iron with a 25-month resub. Welcome back, Knight of
Ooh.
Iron. Senshi 5609 with a 3-month resub. Welcome back,
Yeah.
Senshi 5609. A new subscription from Looney. L00N33Y. Looney.
Hey.
Welcome to the channel.
Thank
you so much.
Welcome.
And Wiley Coyote 556 with a 27-month resub. Thank you and welcome back. 1,
Yay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
But also
11, 12.
campaign.
13 of those people subscribed since I started reading it out. So
That would,
That's
Well,
pretty
thank you for making my job.
that would be such a dick move. Like if Zeus came down to Sisyphus is doing the pushing the boulder and
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he
just-
was,
Zeus comes down and is like, "Happy anniversary!
yeah.
Oh, and
We've been doing this for a year.
the
Bye."
the Feynman Point,
Oh,
a new subscription from the Feynman Point.
hey, welcome to the channel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all for making this happen. This is your fault.
Yep.
It's true.
We're blameless.
Yeah.
So
Well, for this anyway.
Speaking of blameless.
yeah, that's it from me. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Speaking of blameless. We were going somewhere.
Yeah. Okay, so for those of you who are just joining us, our characters have just repulsed a monster that attacked the marketplace.
We also killed it.
Yeah. And are trying to determine where it came from. Where did it come from?
Well, it didn't come
Where
from
did it
here.
go?
I feel like Alphonse has never been outside of the city. What?
Kokaidos.
Kokaidos. I wrote it down and then couldn't read my own handwriting. Kokaidos.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Fancy.
Mangled
I like
Pixel
it.
knocked that up.
Very
That's why he was
Wow.
wondering
Thank
what
you,
the name
Mangled
was.
Pixel.
But the and so I feel like he may have never actually seen a sailor before now, because obviously they're not that common considering there's no water and traveling through the prisms is extremely difficult.
Yeah, like,
So it's like, do all sailors do this?
yeah.
Is this
I-
just a thing if you're too close to the water?
I'm trying to think of what would be like the distinctive like clothing thing that would tip you off, and it's like, yes, he had an eye patch and a hat with ropes on it, and
Could be a particular kind of textile. I mean,
yeah,
Alexandra might
or
know
honestly
like
just-
salt stained or salt
Or
rotten.
stain her
I mean, you
clothes
said it
that we
Yeah.
wear,
smells strange.
It could
Yeah.
honestly be that you noticed something else and I noticed the sailor thing.
Yeah,
Well, I just noticed they look different.
That's
They
weird.
look strange and
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, he's strange because he's a sailor.
Yeah,
Not
he's
because
got.
he exploded.
That's
Then
a
he
different
exploded.
problem.
All right, so if you're all going to the prism, I'm going to come along.
Okay.
We'd
There's-
appreciate that.
Yeah.
There are the warlocks
I want-
who
I
are
want
on
to
duty.
find
There's
out.
like 20 of you who work there.
Yeah.
Most of them are you are one of only a handful of
But
red
this is
oaths.
also very strange and noteworthy.
Yeah. Most of the other warlocks are indigo oath warlocks.
Jerks.
They're the ones that deal with the actual flow of information through the prism.
I mean, he didn't.
Um,
Okay.
For those of you at home, moving objects through the prism is difficult and expensive in a way that I'll deal with at some point, but I'm assuming it's going to be the fact that it actually, since one of the conceits for the world is that everything has a cost, this is just the cost of doing business with the thing in the prism. There's a conservation element to it. But you can move information through it easily.
So-
Messages go through it all the time. You get notes from people living in other projects. You get information on what other projects are doing. And your tithe to the human kingdom or the human empire is more knowledge all the time goes through the prism.
Right,
You're
'cause actually-
always sending like census information and result of exploration and harvest information and budgets and just knowledge. You fill it up, and you send through new plays and symphonies and
Because
books.
sending gold is not practical.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, this is very in developmental thing. I think I'm going to have like the cost of sending through like a copper or maybe a silver through the prism is 1 copper or 1 silver, and have it calibrated in that way, where the for one, I hate those denominations of coins. Get rid of them. I carry 4,000 copper. How? I don't know, because it's all worthless. I don't even know why I
Pennies
bother.
suck in the real world.
Yeah. So it's just not worth carrying through the small denominations. And otherwise, like, I don't know, maybe it'll give you, like, a sense for exactly the circumstances in which you do move something through.
That would be very. We'll have to talk about that too, because
Yeah,
a banking system can evolve without
Without a
hard
currency.
without
Yeah.
hard currencies.
Yeah,
As
so,
long as
like,
there's
yeah.
value somewhere. Yeah.
yeah, maybe people own things on other sides of the prisms. That is all speculative.
It's all
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
So if
Yeah,
if
and
you
I don't
send-
know if I like that or not.
If you send a person through,
Mhm.
does it also cost to put all their clothes and
Yeah.
stuff through?
Yeah,
Okay.
usually you don't go through with a lot, which is why Kieran owning this musical instrument is noteworthy. It's
Right.
not heavy, but it's something that she definitely paid to have here.
I mean, Kieran said that they didn't recognize, or did we even bother to ask? Did you know this guy?
No.
Okay. Did any of you know this guy?
No.
Because he
Not as far
seems
as I know.
he seems like he's not from here. He smells like he's not from here, which means he had to come from one of two places: outside, or through the prism.
That's another place as well.
I thought
But
you- I
if
thought
we
you
have
were-
to,
Yeah.
we should.
I thought you were gonna
If
say
we go to
outside
the
or
prism,
inside.
we have the best chance of getting information.
Exactly. Yeah, they keep pretty good records.
This is all very
Because it's not,
strange.
like, maybe a person comes through every day,
Yeah.
or 2 every day
But
from a
you'd-
city this size.
But you'd make note of who those people were.
Yeah, it's like coming into, like, a city on a private jet,
Yeah.
right? Same kind of expenditure.
Let's go see. Let's go find out where sailors come from.
All right. We all know where that's going to go. We don't have to actually say it.
Hong Kong.
But I'm quite serious. Let's go find out
Where this
where
guy-
he came from,
Okay.
and that seems to be the.
Or
person.
if this thing happens ever.
Yeah.
You do still want me along?
If you want to be my escort, then yes, you can. I will happily move under escort.
All right.
Alphonse will follow along with Spike.
Okay.
If nothing else, you all were involved in taking this thing down, and I think I'm going to need you around in case any questions need answering.
Yes. Questions about the monster.
Yes, specifically the monster.
Yes. Okay. Narrowly focused questioning is good.
We all get hungry sometimes.
On your way over to the prison, Kieran makes pleasant small talk with you. Because I know the most about your character backstory, I'll start and just be like, you're the Smith's daughter, right?
I am, yes.
How's that working out for you?
It's been good. My father's always very busy, and I help out as well. So there's always plenty to do. With the town guard growing as it has been, we've had a lot of requests for armor and weapons.
Well, that must be a nice change from making pots, nails, horseshoes. Do you do the horseshoes, or is that your father's work?
Yeah, we do those as well. I mean, we do get incursions from the idol maybe a few times a year. So it does help to have. It does help to have armor and weapons.
Mm-hmm. And that's more to your liking then. You like the weapons more than you like the household items.
Armor is actually my favorite to make.
Really?
I like making chain.
Really? You make chain?
I do. I made much of this actually. My father helped.
Well, that's nice work.
Gorgeous work.
Thank you. It's one of my favorites to make.
How much does something like that cost?
A piece. I mean, a full set like this.
It has to be a couple of months' work.
Yeah.
It's a significant investment.
I mean, it's. I think usually around 75, 100 gold pieces.
Even the raw materials alone would be difficult to come by.
A fully chained knight of the realm is significant investment on the part of a local lord. Those people are owned.
Well, we all have our owners.
Funny stories. Excuse me. What about you, Alphonse? That is your name, right?
Yes, sure.
Hmm.
I'm just here. I saw something that needed there was a problem, and I was more than happy to help out.
Yeah, you did some problem shooting.
Some very good shooting.
Yeah.
That was a
Apparently
very
there-
good shot, by the
Apparently
way.
there isn't a bounty that I was ill-informed about that there was a bounty. So, but maybe there's some more info. Because, look, I don't want to mess with anybody's thing here, but if there's like the chance that the prism could go away, because then there would be then the city would go away too, right? Then the idol would come, and that all my stuff is here, and I don't like that. So we should not make that not happen.
Well, I mean, that doesn't seem likely. I don't think the prism would go away. Don't you agree, Sam? Doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would go away.
No.
It's been
not
here for
likely.
100 years.
Yeah.
Probably longer.
Super established.
Rock solid.
Yeah. I'm more worried about where that thing came from
Yeah,
and why.
this station wouldn't allow something like that through.
No, certainly not.
It's unusual then.
I don't spend
And,
a lot of time thinking about it, but would you... Do you ask people when they come through if they turn into monsters?
Usually the Fae can't move through. They don't have the pact. They aren't permitted to move through the prism.
But-
They aren't tolerated inside.
But there's also the cost of sending an individual through, right?
Well, yes.
And he didn't look particularly well off. Or like he
But-
was going to take an armful of vegetables back if he was going somewhere.
But if it's a fae, can't you just like walk through the idol?
But if
But to get through the eye, yes, usually that would be what I would assume. There's a Fae in town, came from the idol.
But-
Obviously.
The Fae didn't
What do you think, Crankor?
Well, the Fae didn't come into town. The Fae came out of a man, which to me seems odd. And a man can pass through the prism, so what's to say that a man didn't pass through the prism who had a Fae inside him?
Well, that's ludicrous.
It seems ludicrous, but we all just saw it, didn't we?
I mean,
Yes,
I
we
haven't seen
did.
that.
Well,
I mean, if we can send objects through the prism, right? And notes. I mean, they don't. Your loot can't make a pact with the prism, right? So couldn't a Fae disguised as a man it's the same way go through the prism without having any kind of pact? It's just the
And
warlock.
if it takes resources to get through, as I said, we all have our masters.
well, I mean, so normally the Fae can't come through the prism, but we also have a wall with a lot of people on it
It's true.
that
And-
generally invested in not letting Fae through. They have to come from somewhere. And the prism's closer.
Wait. If the Fae can look like people, what if there's more? What if there's another one? What if who? Wait a sec. Just who? What if there's more? How many people? Like, new people come through the prism all the time. And what if there's some other ones that could turn into Fae? What if all of them turn to Fae?
First, we have to
What-
find out if this is
what if everybody is a Fae?
before.
Let's-
This might be new,
Yeah.
or it
Well-
might be old, and there might be some way to find out what
Alphonse
happened.
starts moving away from
You
everybody
arrive at
else.
the Prism Temple.
Hey.
The Prism Temple is a very old building. It's clearly of very sturdy structure. It is. It dominates the local environment inside Kokaitos. It's the focus of the roads nearby. All the roads kind of converge on it. It's sitting at the apex of a city square. It is still open and airy. It gets lots of daylight. There are birds. It's a very lovely building. Or it's tacky, maybe. Also is
Lovely.
another word for
It's
it.
lovely.
Yeah. And it is a bustling site of different kind of commerce than the market, but it is the city archives are here. There's a library here. This is the administrative core of the city. Yeah, and it has a slightly different character than any other place nearby. And yeah, you arrive.
Are there
Okay.
any other sailors?
You haven't seen anyone like that.
Don't worry, I don't think any of us are Fae. We were all involved in shooting that thing. I don't think you'd never shoot a friend, would you?
Okay, well that's good. So there's 4 people who aren't Fae.
5.
5 people who probably aren't Fae in this entire city.
She raises an eyebrow.
So did you specifically want the prism or
Let's have a look
the
at
archive?
I think we should look at the records.
Okay.
Who's good at record looking?
I just talked to the people that work there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, the people who work there
I'm sorry.
presumably are good
I'm
at-
sorry. I'm going to jump meta here. I was about to split the party, and I realized that's a bad idea. Let's go look at the archives.
Yes.
Okay. She gestures to you.
Leading the way to the archives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's just you log everything that comes through. There's the warlocks don't sit there with a pen or with a quill and a scroll recording everything.
all
There's
warlocks.
staff
Yeah.
who do that, right? You are responsible for the actual magical shit that only you can do, but otherwise there's like lay staff who take care of most
Yeah, there's
things.
people that work there. Yeah.
And Elliot, who is the Templar, is on duty right now. He's your boss. Sue, your day off, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a thing at the market,
Thing.
a satyr at the market. It appeared to have exploded out of a man. So we came here to find out if that's happened ever before.
No.
Okay, so that's first off the list.
Anywhere?
Yes, no, that does not happen. Are you sure that happened?
Yeah, there was many witnesses.
It
The
wasn't-
guard is dealing with it now.
Okay. Kieran says, we would like to look at the records for people who have traveled through the prism recently. And Elliot says, who are you? And she's like, ah, right. And she produces a badge of office, which is a link of chainmail that ends in a talisman, which knowledge history.
Right.
16.
13.
13.
15.
You recognize that almost instantly as being the badge of office of a chained knight of the realm.
You're a chained knight.
Yeah, well, it was. It's
What?
yeah, the knights are kind of like officers in the military, but they have a kind of an other minor nobility station, but usually they just kind of they're free agents of the emperor that usually have kind of a level of authority to do what they kind of damn well please. And Elliot's demeanor changes. He's kind of officious. Normally, he's a high-level bureaucrat. He's way up in the union. They can't fire him. He makes a reasonable wage, and he's in charge of a bunch of morons, as far as he's concerned. Nobody does their job very well. And you notice him kind of like trying to look unimpressed. Well, an expression crosses his face like, well, this is gonna take a lot more work.
Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for any previous disrespect.
Oh, no, it's... If I wanted respect, I would have told you. Or expected it of you, being a form of common courtesy.
Yeah, see, I didn't know.
Look over at Elliot and be like, we're with them.
She looks at you and is like, shrugs. And you go to the archives.
Yeah.
And look at the logbooks. Do you want to interpret the logs?
Yeah.
Okay. The log reads that only one person has arrived today.
Okay.
They are... you cross-reference their arrival. They arrived from Project Ixion. They paid in gold to arrive, and they had no return scheduled.
Ixion is the port town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any name or other identifying information?
Yeah, there's a name. It is Robert.
Does it list who paid?
No, it just marked on your
Paid.
end. You get paid.
Yeah.
So,
Paid may materialize.
Okay.
We didn't notice any currency on the body when we searched it, correct?
No.
We didn't really search the body. Kind of left it
I
there.
was looking for currency.
Yeah, I guess you were.
Yeah.
Well, and also, if there it had been like pockets on the shirt,
Good point.
it would
There
have
would have been a way.
exploded.
Yeah, he would have gone up like a Diablo monster, right? Like,
Is there anybody else recently from Ixion in the logbook?
no, it's pretty poor. All they there's no need to roll for this. It's a fishing community. They eat fish.
So you got to sell.
They
a lot
eat
of
fish
to
and
get
they
it.
try not to die.
Which explains the smell.
Growth.
Like for world building's sake, Hokkaido's, you know, there's a mine, there's a quarry. You gather trees from
Nearby.
from the near idol, and people farm, right? Like it's a medium-sized town. There's a reasonably diversified economy. There is stuff to do. There are resources to gather so that you have kind of a functioning city and you don't need to import very much stuff, which is really expensive if you have to do it. So you're pretty lucky that way, and it's why your city grows. Ixion is
so much.
just, it was a functioning prison.
Right.
So
Which
I guess
is
our next
enough.
step is to contact them.
Yeah.
Does anyone there know Robert?
Well,
It's a
they
small
would have
town.
known more about the sending operation.
Yeah.
You know Robert
Right.
from Ixion?
Dude, I have a girlfriend.
So what you do is you,
Everybody's
to
got a girlfriend.
contact them, what you
Her
do
name
is
Dixie,
you
and she lives in
um,
Hokkaido.
you alter one of the prisms, and you kind of just like basically tune them in. You know, you select from the light that is being split up. You select, you know, the relevant part, and then you do that 3 or 4 times
Right.
until you split it into the light coming from them, and it modulates, and that's how you get information from it. And their message, their bandwidth, because it you can just tune into it, looks like a fairly standard like information packet that is just being like, we caught this much stuff today, but it's encrypted.
Okay.
And you would, in order to know what it's saying, you would need to decrypt it.
Right.
And it's not encrypted necessarily as a security precaution, it's encrypted to conserve bandwidth.
Right.
It's zipped.
More encoded than encrypted.
Yeah.
And
Speaking of which,
Siri is now encoding things, or possibly encrypting things.
Or decrypting.
Siri
as
is
a
like,
plan.
this sounds
We
stupid.
should keep saying Siri.
She can't help us here.
Yeah. So their signal is present.
Yeah.
So they're not
It seems to be saying something.
dead.
Do I need to have a specific person send a message to them?
Yeah, you would need one of the Indigo Pacts.
So would I have to go up through Elliot, or do I just contact the...
Just tell me who to talk to, Kieran says.
I tell you who to talk to.
Kieran's got the universal thing.
Yeah.
Okay,
She's kind of a big deal.
come along.
Yeah, we're all going with you.
Okay,
Just
let's go.
huddle
Let's go. We'll
after.
do it. We're fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
So you go and find one of the Indigo Packs. It is a novice today who is like learning how to tap out messages or encode messages or whatever it is you do with them.
In training. Thank you for your patience.
Mind magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing kind of like Morse code, but with magic powers. Witness the fully, the universe altering power of magic for me to send ... Dot.
Fireball, lightning bolt. Fireball, lightning bolt.
Dude, you just called his mom.
Yeah, and so the novice, she. Yeah, what do you want to say?
Does Karen have a plan for this, or...
Yeah, there's just kind of like yeah, you can send through like a greeting. There's a response, the handshake
Yeah.
protocol.
TCP/IP.
Yeah. In order to make sure that you're on the correct encoding
Yeah.
thing,
okay.
basically.
So I'll say contact them. And,
Okay.
what I want specifically to know
Make sure
is
you
information
turn
about
down
the
your radio so there's an interference.
person that was sent through earlier today.
Yeah. Okay. So she prepares a message and, sends it through, and nothing happens.
Okay.
Same thing.
Just more of the census.
Yeah.
The more like just the reply is just more phishing information.
Yeah. Give me a perception roll.
That's Dex, right?
Perception
no,
is wisdom.
wisdom.
Wisdom. Right. Wisdom. Okay. 15.
It's repeating.
Yeah.
There's like just a block of message that,
Got stuck in the buffer.
or it's
Or
it's
it's being
like it's about
generated?
14 minutes. Every so often, the same message repeats.
What are the chances that maybe they're catching the same amount of fish over and over again?
So, Kieran, what happens when a prism goes away?
Well, they stop sending these for one. People stop coming through them.
But somebody came through this one.
Someone came through, the message is still coming through, but the message is the same.
If the message is encoded and the person on the other side doesn't know what the encoding is,
And they just copy what
they just
have
copy what they had
available.
before again and again and again. As in the person on the other side isn't the person who's supposed to be doing it.
Yeah.
Does somebody have to be actively sending things in order for a message to go through?
Yeah. There's no automation for it. It's tedious, boring work.
And it has to be a warlock.
The encoding, yeah. Manipulating the prism is magical,
Okay. So to
but
actually
interpreting it is
Okay, but to actually
just a matter of like training.
But to actually send a message through the from that prism to our prism, like that would have
Yeah.
to be a warlock doing it.
Yeah, you have
and
to
send
use
a person through is also a
Yeah.
warlock?
And a warlock has to be human.
you have to send the right light through it
Yeah.
in order
I
to
guess the
open the passage.
addition to all of these questions is, as far as we know.
I should we send someone to Ixion?
I don't think we should send a person first.
What should we send?
A message.
Elliot is like, should
Alphonse
we?
puts Spike.
My impulse is to block their message, ma'am. And Kieran's like, yeah, that's probably correct.
Okay.
Okay.
What could their message do if they just that it's useless information?
Yeah, it's useless information. At worst, if somebody knows what they're doing, you're just... Presumably it just goes through and gets written down somewhere, but it's encoded magically. So it could theoretically... Like, the nightmare scenario is that it winds up corrupting the other information
We should
someplace.
contact
Stack
the other
Overflow?
projects to find out if they got anyone from Ixion today.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Ooh.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and tracing things backwards through the prisms is shockingly difficult. You know where things come from because you have to align them, but when you can't, there's nothing inherent afterwards that tells you where someone came from.
Right.
It's,
Take
you
their
just
word
have to
for
look
it.
at the records. Or
Yeah, because if you could just trace it back, you would know where people came from.
Right.
So yeah. So I guess whatever the next closest, like, is Ixion the closest city to us?
There's like
Or
a
closest.
dozen projects.
Ixion's the closest port, and he was dressed
Right.
in their clothes, so...
Well, I just wonder about like, if you were going to travel to another place, it's because the farther you want to travel through the prism, the more expensive or difficult it is, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of like equilibria right? Like short hops are expensive. Going like you can go normal distances, basically like day travel, fairly reliably, but longer than that, and it gets much more expensive. Like going from Ixion to the capital would be 10 times as much as going from there to here.
So are we the biggest project within that range of Ixion?
Yeah, by like an order of magnitude.
Okay.
Okay.
You're kind of like a provincial capital.
So I guess the next smallest place within that range from Ixion.
Or we should do the smallest and find out if they're in trouble.
Is that too? Sure.
It seems like we should probably ask them all.
That one's just screaming. It's fine.
At
They're
this
just having
point,
a party.
a guard captain arrives.
Sir.
Just like, so, what is going on? And Kieran produces her badge of office, and he's like, good, okay, that's a good place to start. Was somebody planning on notifying the authorities who are actually responsible to anyone? That's a no.
Didn't the guard show up?
No officers showed up. There were a bunch of, like, dorks
Okay.
who were like, okay, I guess that person's in charge. I don't, yeah, okay, fine. Right. And there's a bit of an official hubbub. And Kieran winds up telling the guy, like, if we can go through the official procedure and that gets us to exactly here, so I thought I'd skip it. Happy?
Sounds fine.
No? Too bad.
I feel like Alphonse, it's entirely possible, has had some run-ins with the guard previously, so he's like slightly hiding behind Kieran, but also like, yeah. She's telling him off. It's awesome.
He's trying to be officious. She's basically pulling rank. And kind of doesn't really seem that threatened. She has an air of being completely unmenaced by things.
Alexandra's really not sure whose side she should be on.
I'm pretty sure whose side I'm on.
I can't remember if I work for him or not anymore.
No, the Rangers have a separate command structure.
Okay, great. I don't work for you anymore.
Yeah, there's the town guard who do things like arrest you and get called out in large
Occasionally.
get called out in large numbers if something real bad goes down.
Like this.
But generally, like, don't have a whole lot to do because this isn't a very dangerous part of the world for the most part, unless you're doing your job.
Because theoretically,
Basically, the Rangers recruit from the town guard,
Good. There.
and you do the notably dangerous part of the job, which is actually going out into the idle and exploring, but secretly that's not super dangerous unless you're bad at it.
But you're like the Marines.
It's that first part that keeps everyone from signing up.
Yeah.
but theoretically, the town guard shouldn't be dealing with Fae because they would be taken out by the people on the wall.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
so
mean, like,
it's
the town guard
entirely-
is on the wall, but, like, there hasn't been a large, like, occasionally you get raiding parties that kind of, like, poke at the wall.
Well, picking people
Right.
off from the wall isn't that
Yeah.
difficult.
But the idea of a Fae like in the middle of a town square,
Yeah, that's
is
unusual.
very ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Um,
I like this contacting other towns idea.
So, yeah, you're going to contact the other projects in
Projects.
your vicinity.
Yeah.
No, the replies come back that there have been no visitors or
Okay.
no arrivals from Ixion in the last week,
How about
Week.
us?
which
Okay.
is like one logbook.
Yep.
Have we received anyone more from Ixion?
No,
Earlier?
we just didn't we? We
We-
determined-
Not
did
within,
check.
not in that logbook.
Okay.
If you want, you can go through earlier ones.
That would be a good idea.
Okay. Give me a investigation roll. to see how long it takes, basically.
13.
You're here all day.
You decide to do it yourself,
Yeah!
and it takes you a couple of hours.
Okay.
And, like, a few months ago, there was somebody who came through, and they left again. And then before that,
Nothing unusual.
yeah, nothing unusual, especially for a place that doesn't seem to have a whole lot of money.
Right.
A man who wasn't a man came from Ixiom, paid in gold.
Right.
I mean, it's motive-wise, it's not difficult to come up with why a person would want to leave Ixiom. It's a pretty terrible place.
Well, it's more what was he doing here?
Yes.
And was he a man or not at any point?
And what's going on in Ixion right now, if the message that's coming through isn't a real message?
I hate to say it, but we might have to go to Ixiom.
Like, actually. Ooh.
Oh,
I mean, unless there's any
You
other
say
way
we.
to...
Well-
you use this word.
Somewhat. I mean, I've got rangering to do. I'm
Are you volunteering, Ranger?
I may have to.
Oh, I'll have to
may.
notify your captain of that. That's very brave of you.
I feel like I have to see this through.
Well, that's good. I was going to ask your captain to, for help.
How much help? Like, a lot of help? Like, an immense number of help?
I don't have a whole lot of money.
Oh, right.
But I'm bored. And this interests me. And usually things that attract my interest are few and far between. The last thing that attracted my attention was over 20 years ago.
Oh, what was that?
I'll tell you sometime.
Okay.
Or who?
Alright, I'm going.
Are you?
Well, you can pay your own way, at least.
She's going.
I
That's good. Okay, you're going.
Do warlocks ride for free?
Fun.
Nobody rides for free.
Damn it.
It's the nature of the thing.
I mean, if I can afford to go, I'd like to go. If there's a way to stop this from happening again, or to other towns.
Well, I could
The
use a
process.
squire.
Oh, so you are going. Good. Yes. Perfect. Excellent.
That's what the...
Yes.
The weaving.
Yes.
And to be honest, I could use someone to assist with maintaining the weaponry.
Absolutely, I can help.
Okay.
And you're just good at shooting things.
Yeah. I like
let's-
the cut of your jib just fine.
And Alphonse looks at Kieran and looks at the captain of the guard. Like, I'll come with you. Yeah, that's, this place is getting a little small for my liking. So let's go to the strange, scary place.
It's
The smaller
not an
place.
upgrade.
It's different, probably.
That it will be.
And totally strange and different from everything I have seen before, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
You get to see the ocean.
Eat fish.
What's the ocean?
It's like a well, but everywhere.
Okay.
Alexandra turns to the captain of the guard. If you're not coming through with us, would you be able to send word to my father and brother to let them know that?
Oh, Kieran says, you'll be able to do that yourself. I wouldn't be prepared to go for another, until the morning, say.
Oh, of course. Okay.
And she turns to Elliot and says, in the interim, block their messages.
Sounds good.
I suggest, if your courage holds through the night, to think about it, sleep on it, and meet me in the morning. here. And we should take a quick break there. See you in a few minutes, chat.
Sleep like a baby.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. We have 2 more resubscribers since last we spoke.
Ooh.
Odin Bear with a 25-month resub. Welcome back,
Hey.
Odin Bear.
Super
Welcome.
And Sathanis87 with 12-month resub. The 1 year.
Hey,
from
1 year.
Sathanis.
Happy anniversary.
Yay.
Thank you so much.
I like to feel like the Odin bear is just a bear that Odin once saw
Yeah.
after he woke up from his Odin sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything
He's-
Odin does is
yeah.
the Odin something.
Yeah,
Odin
exactly.
licked it and was like, I own this now.
Yeah,
No
he
to
saw
the-
that and he's like, that bear is mine.
Note the Odin bear. Now I'm off to take my Odin dump.
Does he do that before or after Odin breakfast?
Yeah.
During.
I don't eat before I've had my Odin coffee.
Odin's not regular.
Yeah.
Not enough Odin fiber.
Odin. Okay, so when last we left our heroes, you had all agreed to go with the old knight through the portal to investigate what's going on in the probably quite dreary fishing community of Ixion, from which
Sure.
a monster seems to have come.
Sounds
Surely very
boring.
boring.
God, this sounds like the time I went to Newfoundland.
A little bit.
And
A
we're
little bit.
attacked by a monster.
You went to Newfoundland in a D&D campaign
Never been to
before?
Newfoundland.
It's expensive to get there, and there's nothing but fish.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sure there's more
Yeah,
to do this.
in the temple, in the Prism Temple, there is actually an illusion of the known world.
Oh.
Oh.
So you have,
Neat.
you know, the foamy probabilistic smattering of human settlements
Goodbye.
surrounding the polar human empire, the new empire that's centered on the capital at the pole.
Huh.
So, you know, these community, the nation proper is all interconnected, more or less, by roads, highways, and not just by the Prism network. But you get further down and it gets a bit blurrier, and you zoom in and you see, you know, all the different projects, or projects, I guess. And you can see where, at high level of zoom, you can actually make out the borders of your own project of Kokaidos.
I
And
can see my house.
yeah, at an arbitrary distance from it, you can see Ixion. And the idol is just kind of like this undifferentiated greenish stuff.
Literal here be dragons.
Is there? I mean,
Yeah.
we can see on this that like, is Ixion? Is there like a huge sea?
Yeah,
It's
well,
like-
what it is it's like a mist, is how
'Cause
the
they can't
illusion
really- 'cause they
is
can't
how the
really map
warlocks,
it.
yeah, depict the idol.
Right.
And then there is, like, you zoom in and you can see the circle that's projected by the prism of stable region. And zooming in on Ixion, you can see it's kind of neatly divided into a landmass and an ocean. But,
And then missed.
yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
And you can, if you wanted to know, you could figure out how far apart they are. Really,
It's not that useful.
it's a factoid that doesn't really hold meaning.
Because I probably wouldn't know. Is the travel instantaneous?
Yeah.
And does it? So
As far as you can tell, yeah, it's instantaneous.
like pretty much nobody ever like, it would be highly or pretty amazing if somebody like knocked on the outer wall, having come from another.
They would be
project.
so lucky.
Right.
It would
Or-
base it would,
Or extremely skilled or whatever.
yeah. Even then, it's not even. You would know this. Like, people are like, yeah, you'd have to be really good. No, you would have to be ludicrously
You know,
and probably
but,
lucky.
like, when you think about it, how could anyone ever travel through dense forest from, say, Vancouver to Edmonton? Like,
Even if it
dense
wasn't
If
forest.
the stuff
conspiring.
was shifting and you
Yeah.
didn't know what direction
and it
things
was
were.
dense all the way. There were never planes. Or,
And nobody had ever done it before.
Right.
It's
And there's
Possible.
no such thing as compasses.
Right.
Yeah.
possible,
Or the compasses don't matter.
Yeah.
but it's
Right. And
if
none-
if you would have to send out if you could send out one person every day to do it, to attempt it, it would take longer than human civilization has existed before somebody succeeded.
I'm picturing a
All
cross
right.
between like scary, crazy forest and like the staircases in Hogwarts.
Well, there's the like the Mirkwood thing, right? Where
Yeah.
it's like the forest is like without moving or changing in any way somehow seems to be actively hindering you.
Well, I
Yeah.
get the feeling you'd have to carry all your provisions with you as well, which means you've got a hard limit on how far you can go anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's folklore.
And you were saying,
I mean, you don't eat anything out there because it's poisonous.
Right.
And you carry better food with you than
Who's
you
going
can
to try?
Yeah.
and you were saying that the capital is in the on the pole,
Yeah.
but presumably it's not like
No.
iced.
No.
So the seasons or whatever work differently.
Yeah.
Or that's just like
It's-
how it's represented.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just the center of the.
Yeah. The
thing.
center of the world is.
That makes sense. Yeah. Of
Yeah.
course, we didn't longitude
all
and
relative.
latitude become
Yeah.
relative.
The longitude and latitude are drawn from the capital.
Right.
Literally, all lines converge under the emperor's feet.
That's
Cool.
interesting.
All right. Well, so tomorrow.
So tomorrow you get a night to think about it. You can always say no.
What book do
I
I pack?
encourage you to say no if you think you have doubts.
I said no every time I had doubts about something.
I didn't become a ranger to sit around.
Hmm.
You can. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have even started on that path.
Okay, so let's just do a quick, final night in town. Crankor, you are in the barracks.
Mm-hmm.
The other rangers are like, well, what gives, dude? So you had a busy day.
It was crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
I-
What?
Finally got to. I killed a fae. Or yeah. What the hell? I killed a fae. That was
Not
me.
what I heard.
Well, I certainly stabbed it and shot it.
Let's get mega drunk.
Sounds good.
Okay. There is a very loud sergeant who is like, Crankor, I heard you disgraced this company this morning in the marketplace by failing to kill a fae and letting one of those pukes in the regular guard do it.
Regular guard, nothing. This guy had a heck of an arm.
Son, I hear of you not killing fae out there. Again, I'm gonna PT your ass until you die.
Well, I'm headed.
His throat does the Ren and Stimpy thing as he yells at you.
Sir,
Face is permanently red.
that is
There's a
exactly what I
bulge.
intend to do. I'm going across. I am going cross prism. I'm going to kill me some fae,
Well, aren't we fancy?
and if I don't kill the fae,
I
I ain't
wouldn't-
coming back.
I ain't paying for you to come back.
Thankfully, you don't have to. Apparently, this is all under the money of what's her face McGee.
You embarrass us in front of the Knight of the Realm.
Ma'am, ma'am or sir? Who cares? Sir. Not in your life.
Okay. Alphonse, you were at home. Your last night at home.
Fun's home, very unimpressive home. He
Do you have a home?
likes very well. It's home. It's home to him. And he's never been outside the city, and never even thought that was a thing that you would want to do, because everything you need is here. And looks at, is like, oh, I better pack some stuff. Realizes it's like, good thing I have all this time to pack. After about 5 minutes, realizes that I'm done. I had like 3 things, and I put it in a thing, and then I'm like, okay.
Yeah, this is
Good packing.
this is a very good time to take stock of what you need, because everything you don't need costs.
Ooh.
I look at the stuff. It's like, eh. And then just pick up Spike. Go. You I need. We'll go. You and me.
Oh.
Alphonse and Spike. Go. Put them on my shoulder. Give them some cheese. Let's do this. And realize it's like there's nothing for me, and this city has been like my whole home, and I realized that my home sucks. It's like, what am I actually so attached to? Let's see this adventure thing. Maybe there's something cool.
All right, Sue.
Do the initiates live at the temple, or do they get to
The
go home?
initiates do, the acolyte, or how does it even go in an arcane thing? The people who are just figuring it out live at the temple. They sweep the temple. They scrub the temple.
Yeah.
You get paid.
So I live at home.
Yeah, you're kind of like the equivalent of like a software engineer, right? You're a professional. You make money. You maintain the infrastructure that makes the world go.
Right. I'm
You don't
going to
have-
say my parents own a bakery and live above it, and I live above it too with them. So in the morning, I'm going to load up on bread from their bakery, and that's about it.
What kind
I
of
mean,
bread?
I might fret over maybe a book to bring. Maybe I need an important book,
Mm.
but I'm definitely leaving some daggers. But I need this mace,
Does the bread have cheese in it?
this big mace. Does the bread have cheese in it? Yes.
Okay.
They make different type of bread with sugar on it.
Mm.
It's very important.
All right. Characterize your relationship with your family in any way or
They
particular?
exist.
They exist? Okay.
I'm gonna say I have,
You get
I have,
along
like,
now
I
that
have
you're
a
living
s-
above the
A
bakery?
sibling that can
Okay.
inherit the business.
Okay.
It's hard.
They're,
It's
they're,
hard
they're
to be
taken care of.
hard to
They're
be
okay.
like a respected warlock when you're always in danger of just being like having flour dust all everywhere.
No. No one makes fun of me for that. Ever. You're just jealous.
You're just that family from Kiki's, aren't you?
I don't get a familiar until 3rd level.
They call her breadsticks behind her back.
Okay.
Can't wait to find out
You
about that.
you are happy and excited then.
Yes.
Okay. Alexandra.
All right, I guess I go home to my dad and brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dad takes the news well.
I'll do my best to come back safely. I mean, I hope we all come back safely. I just want to make sure that nothing like this happens again. That if there's something threatening us here, then it could threaten us again, and it could be threatening other people too, and other projects. I mean,
Yeah. He says, I understand.
you'll look after Saul.
Yeah, I think I can try. I raised you, didn't I?
You did. I guess provisions-wise, obviously she will need her armor and weapon and shield.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she has it. Like, I've got a pack, like my little kit with like crowbar and hammer and torches
Yeah, I have
and
a
things.
scholar's kit.
That kind of stuff might be available on the other side.
Might be pretty cheap too.
Okay.
Free?
It's what I'm expecting.
Or it might not be, right? But this
Yeah.
is a time to take stock and think, like, what is something you bought as a person making a D&D character, and what is something that your character honestly believes they'll need moving through an environment where everything has a cost.
Rations seem important.
Uh,
Are they? I mean, there's fish.
Yeah, I'm not
they probably
taking-
got lots of that.
Yeah.
Lots of that.
Really too much fish, really.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm taking away to send
You
messages,
don't really.
but not
You've never had
food.
fish.
Yeah.
It might be terrible.
Yeah.
I hear people eat it.
The guy smelled terrible. Well, before he smelled different, he smelled terrible.
I'm realizing that this incredibly detailed map of all the back streets of Kokaidos is probably not the most useful thing to take with us.
Could be
Being
worth
that
something to someone.
This is the kind of the only that we're going to exactly the place where it's not useful.
Do you have a detailed map of Ixion by any chance?
No,
Working on it.
because I made this map. So
The age-old problem with knowledge, local.
yeah, it's like if you're not local, it's not.
I really now worry about the immortal words of Master Yoda. Your lightsaber, you will not need it.
Man, if you could bring a lightsaber, I'd highly recommend it. Because I got the monster manual.
Oh,
Weight, yeah. In terms of it also like size and weight to
Yeah, like
attack
how is
things.
this?
Lightsaber is great.
going where are you? The cave? Yeah. Lightsaber you should take.
Blaster to
Definitely.
thermal detonator.
Body armor?
Snacks leave behind.
Other men, possibly.
Change of clothes.
And know what you should go. You not? I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't Yoda. I don't speak Yoda.
We should finish this night
If
before
you
Yoda
go
turns
to
into
the
a leprechaun.
cave, know I, you do not.
Buddha you should meet on the road. Kill him you must.
So your father actually comes up to you, and he's got like a bundle in his hand, and he says, "I don't know if you want to take this or not," but he pulls it out of an oilcloth, and it's a very old sword that you recognize. It's not steel; it's pattern welded iron, which is the way that weapons were made in the Empire when the city was founded, before people started being able to make good steel. But it's what happens when you take 3 or 4 different kinds of iron
Yeah.
and you weave them in a braid and you fold them over and over and over again.
Better than my sword.
No,
No?
it's objectively worse. That's why you
Okay.
don't do that anymore.
Right.
He's like, this has been in our family for a long time. Since the last time that we did this, or we do what you want to do. And I don't know if
Awkward.
it's something you should take or not. It feels like the kind of thing you should take. But everything has its cost.
I'll take it. Thank you.
I'm glad.
I will take both swords.
Okay.
I will pay. I can pay extra. I think. How much does it cost?
Uh,
Guess
it'll
I'll
be
look at-
covered,
Okay.
essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to say, actually, that the cost of your equipment that you paid for at character creation is the cost that it takes to go through the portal.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's a short sword.
Great.
It was a war sword when it was made. Now it's a short sword.
You got short.
Well, it's just this is how big they used to be able to make them.
I see. Yes.
Steel, you can make bigger ones.
Iron's a little flaky.
That's why there's like 4 or 5 different kinds.
Oh yeah, the bread from the bakery is for sharing before we go through the portal. We're not shipping the bread
Oh
through.
yeah.
Take it in your stomach.
Yeah. Also traveling on a full stomach,
I'm doing it.
because everything you go, and the contents of your stomach go.
At different times.
Hopefully not.
I won't do it. I'll be fine.
All of the contents of your innards
People
travel
do this,
with
people
you.
do this all the time.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Microflora?
Yeah.
Okay.
Snack us
good.
up, breadsticks.
That's important.
Yeah, you don't need.
You can't fill up on bread before.
Yeah, it's like what's the line from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? It's rather unpleasantly like being drunk.
Eat
What's
it.
so pleasant about being drunk? Ask a glass of water sometime. Yeah. And so your dad says to you, "You are the smith's daughter. So take what's broken in the world and make it strong and sharp and pure again."
Thank you.
Okay, so the night passes. Morning, do you all go?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Daddy psyched me up.
Kieran's there.
Your daddy was much nicer than mine was.
She's sitting on the steps in front of the temple. She's wearing the harness of a Knight of the Realm, which is a coat of chain, tied at the waist with a heavy belt. She's wearing a wool cloak. She carries a spear, which is the knight's weapon. It's like the haft is the size of her fist, with a broad leaf-shaped blade at the end, and she has a sword at her side, and a round shield with what is the metal knot in the middle? You would know this. You do SCA stuff, right?
Like a roundel or?
Yeah, a roundel. Yeah,
Okay.
with what seems to be some kind of personal heraldry.
I assume it's a much nicer spear than mine is.
It's
It's big.
It's a good one. It's her weaponry seems to be functional.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
promising.
That's what you want.
Yep.
Alphonse doesn't normally like walk around town with his like rapier and bow and stuff like way out in the open, but for this he got like all he wanted to be like as impressive as he could, even though he's like got kind of ratty leather armor on and stuff. So he's like, I'm
trying to-
adventurer man.
You got to show
Yeah.
off to the town guard what you can.
I can do
Yeah.
this.
I will have my bow and quiver.
Okay.
I also
For the
have a
sake
bow,
of
yeah.
interest, rapier is typically a weapon that the Fae carry. Humans carry like broad-bladed swords, and there's not a stigma to it really, but there's like a division between it. It would be like, a scimitar has a kind of like cultural valence to it. Same thing with a rapier.
I feel like maybe I like I had a sword for defense before and kind of was like, yeah, and not doing that good. And then at some point, in the aftermath of a battle or something, I
You
found
see-
a rapier
you
and I was
see-
like, oh
You
hey,
seem a bit counterculture-y.
this is way
might
better.
be.
Yeah.
Poke, 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 poke. And then I can poke things. And I was like, oh, why does everyone use those big heavy swords? This
Because
is-
we're not Fae.
because the sharp bit at the end is the really important bit. We don't really need the rest of
Yeah, I have a mace for smashing things with.
that's also good.
Smashing things is great.
Yeah, the reason that warlocks wear armor and carry weapons is that Aliot's title is actually Templar of the Prison. You used to have a more militant aspect to your role, that you are kind of supposed to be the vanguards that go out into the prison
Yeah.
and explore and establish things, and that has drifted into you being the
That's
managers
what I
of it.
want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an old established role that
So
you
this
are.
is perfect.
Yeah.
Even though everything's very weird and scary, it's perfect.
Yeah,
It's
you
our job
that
now,
you also
though.
have this aspect as the temple militant.
Shined up spiked collar. It's real nice.
All right.
Sharpen the little spikes.
Glad to see you all
He's
made
ready
it.
to go.
No one will eat him.
Yeah, Karen says, "I'm glad you all made it. Are you all ready?
We're finishing this.
Are you sure?"
Do you want a breadstick?
Are you sure that you're ready to go?
Yes.
All the breadstick.
I made some.
She holds up 3 fingers. It's like, okay. Then we go.
All right.
Yeah. So you enter the enter the temple. You're sharing bread around.
Eat it now.
It's like, I don't recommend it.
Eat
but
it!
do what you want.
Alexandra.
Alphonse
will
is
not.
like halfway through the thing. Oh,
Have any of you done this before? She says as you approach the actual prism proper.
No.
Never.
No.
Haven't even thought about it.
Everything that you are moves through space and is taken apart and put back together. And part of that is that you get a sense for the person you are while it happens. I would suggest you be prepared to recognize that. And it works differently for everyone, but some people find it unpleasant.
Eat the bread. Be mostly bread.
Bread absorbs the unpleasantness.
I don't want to turn into bread.
I do. It sounds delicious.
I don't want to be delicious.
I'm ready to do this.
Okay, so yeah, she has Aliot open the gate to the prison and exposes the core, which is what you travel through, and it has all the glamour associated with it that you would associate with air travel,
Right.
which is that it is a marvel of technology and engineering.
And very cramped.
Yeah, and it kind of sucks.
60s air travel or current air travel?
Yeah, current air travel,
Okay.
only without the TSA shit, right? It's like,
We're the TSA.
it's
sounds like
marvelous.
we should
It's
start.
fabulous. It is the apex of human magical arcane understanding, and it there's a weird tedium to it.
It just costs money.
Yep, and
Things aren't as polished as they used to be.
yeah, you have to get weighed, which is weird, and then Kieran produces a script, hands it to him, and he's like, okay,
So
all right.
the idea is that the payment isn't actually to anybody. It's
Yeah.
actually to the
The-
portal itself.
Yeah, there's like a sacrificial element to it. Everything has a cost. There are always pacts to be made whenever you want something magical to happen. At some point, somebody's had to pay in one way or another. So, yeah, the prism itself is a perfectly reflective sphere. Yeah, it's the most perfect sphere you could imagine. The reflection is flawless in a way that a mirror, you don't realize that a mirror isn't. Like a mirror is actually very flawed, right? This is pointedly not, and it makes you feel weird. It is an honest reflection of what you are. You look in it and you see the best possible representation of you, down to a level of detail that you really aren't comfortable with until you realize that you're like staring at it. And Kieran steps through it.
And it disappears?
Yep.
No ripples, no disturbance.
No.
Straight step.
Yep.
I go through.
Okay. As you do, the surface seems to go absolutely black for a moment. And then there's light, and the experience seems to last a very long time while you're in the midst of it. It's like a dream. And while you're traveling through it, you feel all the bread in your stomach moving with you, but you don't really know what movement is in this context. And as you're thinking about the stuff in your stomach, which is not a part of you, but is moving with you. You're also vaguely aware that, like you had a drink earlier, and that's going slosh around.
Yeah.
Your hair is moving, and you're moving inside your clothes, and all the stuff feels weighty on you. And as you become conscious and more of this physical presence of your body, you also become conscious of all of your thoughts in your head, which seems to take a very long time for you to take a total inventory of every thought you've ever had. And then on to the other side.
It's a good sound.
And you just continue the step through.
Right.
Like you don't even break stride, is how it feels.
Very cool.
I follow the warlock.
It's largely the same experience
Fantastic.
of being taken apart and being put back together in totality.
Only you're also hungover, apparently.
Yeah, the hangover being added at the end is rude and unnecessary.
Weird
and
feeling.
yeah, like you couldn't have left the hangover behind, but no, you
Like I could
you
feel-
actually feel it manifest again.
It's
Like
taken off and reconstructed into me.
yeah,
Yeah, precisely understand exactly how much of a hangover
Exactly
you have.
what a hangover is.
Yeah,
There's
what
no-
you'd be like without the hangover. I guess.
I guess I don't have bread in my stomach anymore.
Alexandra will kind of she'll shut her eyes and step through.
okay, yeah. You have a full experience. You have the total Alexandra experience.
She doesn't. That's
One of my
it's
favorite
not
albums.
comfortable.
Yeah.
I guess Alphonse will, rather than being left alone,
Yeah.
will walk through with, hopefully, have some sort of fly situation with walking through with Spike on his shoulder.
Oh no.
But walks, probably like hand over eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Hand over
The-
mouse.
Yeah. Yeah. You.
The bread does nothing. Why did I believe you?
Have you ever seen the GIF of the cat that's licking an ice cream cone, and then it just stops and does?
Eyes roll back.
Yeah, as it experiences an ice cream headache.
Yep.
That's Spike. Spike comes through and he's just like,
Spike.
I was born.
Rat that's never realized it's a mouse.
Yeah,
And then becomes a mouse again.
he is now the most expensive mouse, probably in this part of the world.
Good Spike.
Okay, and you arrive into a thunderstorm.
That's what I
That's
thought.
not supposed to be.
Is there anybody here other than the five of us?
Give me a perception roll.
Oh crap. 4?
20.
12.
22.
There is the temple itself seems to be in a state of advanced disrepair. There's not leaves because that would be autumn, but there's sticks and debris and let's say cherry blossom petals that are inside, which normally a neonate would have to broom out, and those are here, and the doors are open and they're clattering, and it's raining outside and there's thunder and lightning.
There doesn't
And-
seem to be any warlocks around.
Yeah, and that's shocking in its own. You step through from a spring day
There should
into
be
a storm.
Someone here.
And there are none of the temple initiates here that you can tell. Alexandra, you are aware that there is somebody else here, that Kieran is on alert. She's looking off from inside the prism chamber to someone that you can't currently see. And through the open door, you can see Ixion itself. It's daytime, right? It's a thunderstorm. It's still daytime. It's a couple hours different. It's afternoon here, let's say. or early morning. Let's not get too crazy. And the city itself seems to be, there's no one out. You don't see anything. You don't know what this place is like usually. But you'd think there'd be people, and there's not. And
But I can sense that there is somebody.
yeah, Kieran's body language seems to speak to that.
All right, I'm going to. I have no really real stealth,
Yeah.
but
So you advance
yeah,
into
I-
the temple ground.
yeah.
I-
I'd be looking toward it.
I do have real stealth,
Okay.
and I will use that.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll.
Do, 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 do. 19.
19.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Real
pretty good.
stealth.
That's pretty good.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah.
And also, like, is this temple grounds, or the temple place is it more decrepit than like a day's worth of not being cared for?
It
Is
feels like
Is it like broken down?
it's kind of like a post office that nobody's cleaned in a few days. Like it would be like a public place that gets a lot of foot traffic that isn't being maintained. And it's gungy and it sucks. But
Well,
it's not like there isn't any sign of conflict necessarily.
I just like we know a person came through here yesterday.
We need to find out where the message is being sent from.
Right, that's true too. Don't they have to be in this place in order to send the message?
Something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's check that out.
Okay, so advancing into the temple ground, you see the old knight, and she is standing behind what looks like a temple acolyte, who's sitting at the encoding altar,
Mm-hmm.
sending out a message.
Okay.
Do they appear to be unaware of Kieran behind him?
He's doing like one of these as he sends the message. He looks vaguely like who's the actor from Saving Private Ryan? Upham.
Don't know.
But that guy, you know the guy I'm talking about, right?
Not
The
Maybe not.
the clerk from Saving Private Ryan.
Early on.
He was in Solaris,
Right.
CQ. Anyway, he's like this pasty-looking dude who looks kind of shifty.
So does
He's
this
like, yes. No, I'm busy. What?
does he seem to be like totally like out of it?
He
guess.
looks. He's
the
got
actor's
a
name
beard.
is Jeremy Davies.
Jeremy Davies. Yeah.
I mean, like we've, I would think that we've all seen acolytes sending messages
Mhm.
before.
Mm-hmm.
Is this guy like?
He looks like he'd be doing that anyway.
Oh, okay.
He looks like one of those guys who's breathes through their mouth.
Kieran, why isn't anyone else here?
I don't know. You two, secure the door.
Right.
It's cold in here. You,
like
she
that.
says. And the acolyte replies, busy. And she just like... just like puts a hand on his shoulder and moves him. And sits him down. And is like, oh, I don't like having to repeat myself. What's going on? And he's like, I'm trying to work. And she looks to you and says, talk to him. Figure it out. You find me the logbooks. Now.
Alphonse, you thought he was hiding. Yeah, okay. We'll search for logbooks. I guess, is that perception?
That would be investigate.
Investigate. 5.
It takes you a while, but they're
In plain
you're
sight.
like, if I was a logbook, where would I be? Inside this cabinet? No. Inside this cabinet? No. Inside. There's a shelf behind me, isn't there? Occurs to you after about 20 minutes.
If I find something, cool. there's also
With that roll, no, you find nothing cool.
oh,
Things seem to be in a state of disarray, like somebody's tossed the place. Which is why it takes you a while to find anything.
as in looking for something.
Yeah.
While I secure the door, I'm just going to have a quick look outside and around it. Just
Okay.
glance out and see what I can see that is of interest. It's a 2. I see nothing.
Yeah, the storm is really making things difficult. You're disoriented still from travel through the prism.
Yep.
That hangover isn't helping either.
Yeah.
Can I gauge whether the door was just left open or busted open?
Left open.
Okay.
You can still bar it.
Okay, I will do
We
so.
do.
Yeah.
We
Found the
do.
logbook.
Yeah, it doesn't even really have a. It's got like. It's this isn't a fortified building. It's mainly just the fact that these are big doors, right? There's like a pin you can drop into the floor
Yeah.
through the door
Yeah.
to anchor it so it doesn't blow open and they can lock it at night. But it's not a fortified building.
Okay.
Sue.
Okay. I guess I ask, how many people are usually here at the temple?
I don't know, like, there's 3 of us, I guess, usually. But I'm the only one who's left. So I have to do everything now. It sucks.
Where did the others go?
Oh, they left, really,
When?
after a few days ago.
Why?
Well, Faye got in.
How many?
I don't know, lots.
Why did you stay?
They asked me to.
The Fae?
Yeah.
Alphonse has no way of actually figuring this out, but trying to determine whether this guy is in fact a Fae in disguise by looking very carefully.
Give me a perception roll. Or actually, do you have, can I see a character sheet? It wouldn't be deception, because that's...
For you?
Deception should be
Yeah.
the same thing. You should be able to detect deception with deception. Game should recognize game.
Yeah, insight.
Even though in like game rules it's supposed to be insight, is it?
Yeah.
Ah, that's stupid.
It's wisdom versus charisma.
Yeah.
I'm much better at deception, but
I guess it's an insight roll to go by the book.
Sorry.
4.
It's okay.
What happened?
I coughed.
Oh, directly into Graham's
Yeah.
skull.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. And into the viewers.
It crossed
So-
Graham's blood-brain barrier.
good.
You remain unconvinced that this guy is human. Or, yeah, not Fae.
Why would they leave one person?
Yeah. So,
Why
what did
wouldn't
they
they get
do
through?
here?
Well, it wasn't really what they did. It was everyone. Look, ship arrived, and the Fae came out of it, and then people lost their minds, and well, people did what they do when they want to survive, and that meant I had to stay here and send messages, because you can't leave the prism idle ever.
Where did the Fae go?
One of them went to. One of them wanted to see the big city, so it went to see it.
Okay.
And the rest, I think, a couple of them went back to the ship, and the rest just wandered off after they took the offerings from these jackasses.
Look, can we see the water from where we are?
Yeah.
Are there any ships?
Well, actually, no. You can't see really the. What would it be?
Like the dock?
A
or the
wharf
port?
is built on pilings, and a quay is built on
Oh, I
land.
just saw a
We-
chart
we
about
did,
this like
yeah.
the other day.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, I think we
Is
all
it-
saw the same
Is
tweeted
it,
thing.
is it parallel to
It's
the...
parallel.
Okay, then it is a
Key?
wharf.
Wharf. Sure, wharf. This
But-
wharf has no honor.
Can we see the wharf from where we are?
Not really. Actually, no, you would be able to because this
he's
is
very far
also the lighthouse, let's say.
Yeah, that
Oh,
makes
the
sense.
temple's the lighthouse? Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any like ship that is obviously not like just a little fishing boat?
There
Like-
is something you don't immediately recognize as a ship. Then again, you aren't really an authority on
No.
one. There is an assortment of small, like, fishing dories, like flat-bottomed fishing boats that single fishermen take out and throw nets out of. And then there is something much larger that is not immediately recognizable as a ship, but it is very large. Like, it would be like a 3-deck war Drummond, basically. You know, one of the big Roman kind of ships, right? That would have like galley slaves pulling oars.
Great. That's
And it, if you've ever seen it in a book, you would recognize that as like, oh, it's an imperial warship, because empires
Like
have warships.
Our Imperial, or...
Yeah, only it is like it's a big 3-master, and the mass, like all the wood seems to have been crumpled a bit, but in a very harmonious way, and the masts are bound into a single spire, like they knot together,
great. That sounds super
and
weird.
the square rigging of the sails now expresses as an array of leaves.
That sounds like someone who
I-
would play under a trio lute would do.
And the oars radiate outwards from it like runes.
It's a really creepy boat.
Is that normal for this ocean thing?
I don't know, but I don't think you get to build things that way. And we only build things.
I think they would have been able to catch a lot more fish than they have been if they had that boat.
I don't know how big a fish is, so maybe you're right.
Oh, jeez.
So what? You say people left, or not people?
I have one more question.
Yes.
What message have you been sending?
Oh, just the last page.
Okay.
I don't get paid enough to do this.
Wait, what's on the last page? Did
Uh,
you write it?
No, I got on shift.
Who wrote the last page?
David.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the last page from the log.
So that's probably
Yeah, it's
fine.
just-
That's probably fine.
Is that actually a thing that the prism shouldn't be left to not?
It's,
Seems legit.
it would be noticed.
Right. Okay.
I wouldn't question the warlocks.
Okay. Which big city did the Fae want to see?
Kakaidos.
Oh,
Yeah, that adds up.
Wait a minute. Oh, right. Okay.
So we know
and
where.
it was only one?
Yeah.
Where did all the people go?
Actually, I have a question. Do you know Robert?
Yeah, that, no, one of the sailors, I think.
One of the one of the fishermen sailors?
No, one of the ones off the big
Okay.
Drummond.
Good. Did he look like a guy?
Yeah, I guess. Well enough.
Hmm.
Can I get back to work?
That's not. That answer's above my pay grade right now.
Well, who do I talk to then?
Where are all the people? Where did they go?
Well, some of them wandered off, I think.
Where?
The Fae took the rest. Some
we
of
not-
them paid, some of them didn't.
So wait, the fate.
Some of them paid Some of them were payment.
I don't understand.
So do we have like an emergency messaging protocol or anything? Can I?
Oh, the as far as you know, this is still locked.
Right.
And we just told them to block our
Well,
signal.
only from Kakaidos.
Yeah.
Right? Other
Well,
places.
you would have like an all clear.
Right.
It's definitely not all clear.
Yeah, I want to send like an emergency
So I
warning.
just want to be doubly clear here. So Robert, when you met him, came off the ship. So people and Faye came off the ship?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, you just work here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a bunch of the people and Faye went back to the ship?
Some of them did. I don't pay attention.
You say that people were payment. Payment to what?
To
Or
the
who?
Fey Bright guy.
Okay. They just went away.
There's some like maybe like I don't know, is it like medicine or like healing or like
There's-
to see if this guy is like under some sort of either
I don't have anything like that.
either enchantment or actual.
That sounds sorcerery.
I can intimidate him, but
Kieran is packing a pipe. Just like, I think we're wasting our time with this one.
There must maybe we can find some of the people who escaped into the town. Maybe somebody else saw more.
Remember how I told you what happens when a prism fails? People do what they do in order to survive, for certain values of survival.
Did this prism fail?
No, obviously not. We just used it.
I don't know.
But it behaves a lot like this.
yeah. He,
So what's with the thing
Well-
over there in the water?
we go to the thing.
I don't think
Clearly,
we should go to the
the
thing.
prism is still functioning. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here right now. Something else happened.
Wait, what would have happened if the prison wasn't functioning?
We would have
wouldn't-
stepped through back into the temple in Kokaidos.
Okay. Okay. And realize that like the prison not
It
functioning.
wouldn't have worked. We wouldn't have been able to receive messages from them or
Okay.
send a message to them.
Yeah.
No one's here to get answers from. This guy isn't, as Kieran says, this guy is wasting our time.
Should we search the town maybe before we go out to that ship? Maybe people were able to hide in the
I
town.
think we should make our way to the ship, but I'm not against stopping and keeping our eyes open on the way through town.
Is the town between us and the?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, yes, that would
Like
make sense.
the temple, the prism temple will always be at the center of the stable zone.
Right. Okay.
So usually towns grow up around them, geography permitting. This one is near the shoreline, so
But I feel like if there's answers to be found, or if there's people in charge, they're going to be on. If the ship is still here, it's
Yeah.
where.
Can I get Guy to broadcast an emergency signal instead of fish?
put it in the
Numbers.
queue.
I put it in the queue.
I'll see about getting to it.
I pull everything else out of the queue.
First in, never out.
Yeah. Once
You know,
I
it's-
finish doing this infinitely, then I'll get to it.
Yeah. Everything else is out of the queue now.
It's clever. The Fae aren't usually that clever. Their intelligence expresses in other ways. It's not like them to plan a deception of that nature because it implies they understand more about how our record keeping works and what would cause suspicion. It's clever. You fill
Why?
the messages with unremarkable information so that nobody notices that there's nothing coming through.
Right.
Why would they care?
People on the other end,
No, why would the Fae care if
they
people know that they've
invaded on a warship.
Are they
and they're
planning on
trying
like
to-
staying here?
They're still here.
Oh,
The
no.
ship is here.
Oh, okay.
And the only people that are left are those that are working with them.
They sent someone through to our town in disguise,
Oh,
but we have no
geez.
way of knowing.
This is a different kind of monster than what I'm used to.
That's accurate in many interpretations of monster and different kind. So I guess we're gonna try
I
and go
would like-
and see if we can find anyone in the city.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If you are you searching the city then?
On the way to, I'm assuming there's a main street.
There's a town square
Yeah.
Yeah, we could
outside
search.
here
Yep.
with like there would be like a town hall, which is just like a long hall with a hearth that interspersed among it. There's like a place where you go and weigh your catch, and
Where your cat.
But this is just what we see as we
Yeah.
exit the temple.
Specific.
Well, it's for prison transport.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
so we've exited.
You wait your cat.
We've exited
That was gonna be
the
cat
temple. We
spot.
see all this. Is there,
Yeah.
Do we
Another
notice?
clarifying
Well, should I roll to
calibration.
find out if we notice
Yeah.
anything out of the ordinary?
Yeah.
Perception?
Hmm.
So 10.
15.
Okay. Everyone who is searching the town square.
So
Alexandra's going to pay special attention to like inside spaces or like
Okay.
any place.
Are
where somebody
you
might
are you
hide.
wandering off?
I'm just with the group.
Okay.
I won't stray too far.
Okay.
uh,
Yeah. So if you are each doing your own thing, we can handle that independently. That's fine. So the main square is largely empty, but you notice there are like, there seem like there's a lot of like saplings in the town square that would usually like, there's grass growing up between the cobbles, and that's
Okay.
perfectly normal. But there are like tiny little, like sprouted seeds as well from
Okay.
like trees.
Can I take a closer look at one of those?
Yeah.
Shoot. I mean, that's going to get me to 14.
It is.
Specifically with the eye that it is idle in nature.
Well, I mean, it's a tree which you can grow inside the stable areas. It is normal, healthy, growing. It looks like an ash tree. What's unusual is that there's like hundreds of them everywhere popping up.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah.
For a few days, yeah.
And abundant.
Alphonse.
all right. So Alphonse is going stealth and attempting to sort of got a 16.
Okay.
So he's attempting to be like hiding while also watching,
Yeah.
but
it's,
hiding.
It's
but
rainy
watching.
and miserable. And the group of you are kind of the only thing that's really moving now, except for the occasional like shutters, like storm shutters that are blowing. And banging and making noise. So it's easy to conceal some things, hard to conceal others. You find.
I guess I should.
Do you
also roll-
do you,
I
do
should-
you just
I-
search the square, or do you move into the surrounding buildings, or do you move to the wharf?
I guess I'm going like if he's searching the square. I guess I'll be like going around sort of the periphery of the square.
Okay.
Trying to sort of stay out of sight between the buildings and stuff.
Okay.
Ooh, how's a 23 perception?
That's very good. You notice that you are being watched.
Do another hiding stealth check.
Yeah.
I really want to stealth. Ah! Oh, that's worse. 15. I hide again and somehow make myself more vulnerable.
Worse this time.
Because you're thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, what was your perception roll?
My perception was 23.
Okay. You notice what looks like a humanoid figure concealed off in one of the side alleys. It is a woman with like long hair,
All right.
holding very still.
Attempt to get over to the what's her name? The
Kieran?
Kieran?
Mhm.
Be like, there's somebody over there.
She takes your hand and moves the pointing finger that's pointing directly at whatever it is down. It's like, okay, go around the side.
Hide. Stealth. Better.
Yay!
18. It's a little better.
Okay.
And as if I like in the course of my hiding, if I can get near anybody else, like there's a person. Except no point anymore.
18, right?
Over there.
I do not notice you.
So I'd like whisper.
Okay.
I'm not hiding from you.
Okay.
We'll come back to that. What are you two doing?
I want to search inside, like, buildings.
Okay.
I won't go too far in.
Okay.
I just want to look.
Like opening a storm shutter. Give me a search roll or a investigate.
Investigate.
I'm going to say I'm absentmindedly tagging along because I'm thinking
Natural 20!
Ooh.
Yay!
it doesn't do anything for skill checks. Sorry.
It occurs to you that the social core of this project is the longhouse.
All right.
So you check there. And you open the doors, and there's nobody there, and the hearths are cold. And in investigating the hearth, like it's a long building with a big stone fire pit in the middle, right, and a chimney, and you can imagine it being like full of people and being warm and cozy. And what catches your eye in the fire pit is kind of the unmistakable shape of a human femur, cracked. And you can imagine it cracked by strong hands in a way that somebody might crack the bone of like a lamb bone to get the marrow.
She drops to her knees and starts rifling through the ashes to see if there are any more remains like that.
You identify other human remains in the ash in various strata of carbonation or carbonization.
Okay. She begins to hyperventilate. How far down does this go?
I'm not an expert in this kind of thing. There's a lot. Probably the remains of a couple, like 4 people, 5 people.
Okay, if I can interject, as someone who is probably well versed on stratas of fire, working in blacksmithing,
Yeah.
how long?
I mean, it takes, well, just from my knowledge of forensic anthropology, it takes hot heat to, like, powder bones. So if they're just like, this is whole bone, not
Yeah,
like intact.
Like
bone.
cooked.
yeah, I'm willing to work with you on this. I don't know what it should look like. It looks correct for being like several fires worth.
okay, so just like cooked meat kind of, and these the remains sort of thing.
Yeah.
Or?
It's been going on for a while, but
Well, like
Multiple
4 or
times.
5 iterations
okay, that's
Okay.
without being like dunged out.
Just
And it's like it looks like roughly 5 like 1 person per fire.
Mm-hmm.
Alphonse is just thinking about how we don't have any records of anybody coming from this place for like months before the.
But it's small and poor, so that's not unusual.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's. Yeah.
I get the feeling that we would have no reason to think about this place where
How
we
do I
live.
want to do this? Like in Call of Cthulhu, you have idea rolls
Yeah.
where something can occur to your character. So let's call it an intelligence save, because you have an intelligence save,
You do.
and some of you have proficiency at it. I'm assuming.
I super don't.
I do.
I don't.
If you are present for this, make
Oh,
an
wait.
intelligence save.
For
For
the
which?
for the fire part.
Yeah, for the
Oh,
fire
yeah,
part.
I'm
Yeah,
picking it.
we're outside.
9.
12.
Well, you would just add your intelligence modifier.
I don't have an
Oh,
intelligence modifier.
You remember the Indigo Pact acolyte saying that some people paid and some people were the payment.
Right.
Oh.
You are trying to get around to get behind the figure that you saw in the alleyway.
To get at least, if not actually to be like ready to attack them, at least get a better look at them.
Hmm.
And also attack them if that is a thing that I'm going to be doing, which is likely.
Yeah. Okay. I want, we should do some kind of contested roles here as we play a game of cat and mouse through the alleys of a small fishing village.
All right, so this would be stealth,
Yeah.
More like mouse and mouse.
cat and mouse, and also another mouse. Right.
Cat and mice, if you
23 stealth.
Yep. And give me a perception roll.
19 perception.
You are able to maneuver in such a way that you place yourself behind where you anticipate you would go if you knew that you were being hunted through an alleyway. So
Man.
you figure out where
I'm next
you would
level on
hide,
this.
and then you go where to ambush, where you could hide, where you would hide from, like to
Where I
ambush
would
that
hide from
position.
me. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Sounds like the chapter I'm currently on in this linguistics book I've been reading.
And you see a woman standing with like a tall, wild-looking staff, trying to maneuver through an alleyway that's choked with like old fishing nets and broken oars and like all the detritus of a fishing village that can't really take its garbage and throw it away. Because look at a map and tell me where away is.
Right. And the Fae probably don't like you just throwing it into the,
Yeah,
throwing garbage into the idol is probably not a great idea.
yeah, it throws back.
And it ain't garbage.
Yeah, so you see her trying to pick her way through this.
It's like
She does not seem to be aware of you.
okay. I will.
And knowing with your with your stealthcraft, with your rogue skills, with your elite rogue skills, you recognize that this is not an environment that she's familiar with.
Okay. I told Kieran about her. I'm not going to actually like initiate a. I guess so. I'm gonna be in a position. I guess I will ready. Yeah, I guess I will ready to attack with my bow if she starts something, or if Kieran starts something, or if anybody starts something.
Right.
I'm ready to, but I will not. I'm not going to actually
Okay.
instigate a combat.
You are able, like, you would initially at a pass assume she is human. With your guard up like this, you assume she's Fae because you recognize, like, leaves in her hair, and her skin color seems kind of like green-ish compared
Right.
to humans, which have like a pink tone usually. But there's some people with green, which is possible, like with a greenier
That's-
base. But yeah,
But she looks
This-
sort of mostly human.
yeah, this ain't right. This ain't right.
Okay. Yeah, so I will ready to attack her if a situation arises that requires that.
Okay, Crankor.
I'm going to ask that. Did we decide that you got my attention and I am following you in a manner, or am I just did I just watch you go off?
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I was trying to alert other people to that there's somebody there without
Okay.
pointing and without talking loudly.
So if you'd whispered and got my attention, then let's assume that I followed you, because that would be something that I would do.
Yeah.
Well, except I guess.
Yeah, because you
it-
did whisper at him.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if you would follow me because I would be still trying to be sneaky.
If you had stealthiness, I would assume you could lead, and therefore. Well, is that a good assumption? Could he lead me in such a way that I would be undetected if I was following him specifically?
I don't think that's how that works.
Okay.
So if you have like armor or something, be like clank, 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 clank.
You can
Well,
follow him,
Stop.
and you remember Predator, right?
Yes.
You're ghosting us, motherfucker. Give away our position one more time. I don't care who you are back in the world. I bleed you, real quiet. Leave you here. That's usually your line.
Right. So I guess maybe I just let you go off down the
Yeah.
alley as you let me know what you're doing, and maybe I'll attempt to come around the other side and we can flank her.
Okay, Ian. Then if you're trying that, give me a stealth roll and a perception roll in order to know what the hell is going on here.
19,
So
so
sneaky.
my stealth is 19,
Okay.
and my perception is not good. 5. Do I add a modifier to that?
Yeah.
That would be
Yeah.
your wisdom.
Wisdom.
Oh, then it is a 4.
Oh.
It's gonna -1.
Okay, so yeah,
So I'm stealthy AF, but
But you can't
I
find it.
can't tell what the hell's going
Alphonse.
on.
You know where Crankor is because she knows where Crankor is, and she is currently trying to move to presumably do him injury. But she doesn't seem to be aware of you.
Okay.
But at the same prospect, she's like, I hope this is the guy that I saw earlier.
Right. Okay, I guess I will. I'll wait until she's actually like definitely going to attack. Like, I guess waiting for whether somebody else is going to make. If she's about to attack him, I will act. But if she's just like sneaking up to him,
Yeah.
if he's trying to be on the other side of her, then if he was trying to get around the other side of her, and I'm behind her, can I like try to because he can see past her to me and I'm behind her, be like,
But then won't she
You-
know
you-
that he's looking at you?
You
know.
can try.
I don't know. Would that be? I don't know what a kind of a check that would be.
Get ready in action.
He's already got an attack ready.
Oh.
It would be a stealth roll to conceal your intentions. No, it would be a deception roll.
Yes.
Deception.
Because
Yeah.
if it's stealth, then I wouldn't be able to recognize it. What do you want?
Well, 13.
Okay. You try to give me a perception roll, DC 13.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Natural 20 on that.
I'm hoping that with her back to me, she doesn't notice that I'm trying to signal him.
Boy, I like rolling on these dice boxes.
Give me an insight roll,
Me?
both of you.
19.
Add your thing.
Which one?
It
Wisdom.
says.
Oh, wisdom. 18.
Okay, we got to stop reminding you about
All
that.
right.
It gets worse. For me, insight, that'd be 15.
Okay, so what happens is that you're trying to signal Crankor, and Crankor picks up on it, and you notice Crankor's eyes do like one of these. And she notices that too, and seems to know. What are you signaling him?
What am I?
Well, what am I signaling?
Yeah, what are you trying to tell him?
Like, where, because his problem is he doesn't know where she is, right?
Mhm.
So, like, there. You're not in.
I'm just saying, oh, she's there.
She can see you.
You know where to look, so you get advantage on a perception roll to detect her, which you can roll now.
Okay.
You roll
Twice.
Roll twice.
Yeah, re-roll.
12.
12.
Well,
Okay, you see her and you're like, oh, that one. Okay, right. As, like, you both are like, oh, now I know that, like, both she and you get the message at roughly the same time. And she stands up and this should be an initiative thing.
I mean, I guess the signaling messed up my my ready to action, I would assume, because that would be an action doing that.
Yeah.
So.
14.
Probably should have just shot her.
Story of my life.
Always.
Where is Kieran at this point, by the way?
You don't know. You haven't been keeping track of her.
Okay.
Alphonse, initiative.
11.
Crankor, you at 14.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, Crankor. The gig appears to be up.
Mm-hmm. Guess I gotta shoot a Faye.
Yep.
We're going to work together. We need to work out some kind of
We
signals.
really do. And then also get good at using them.
I have a handbook of hand signs.
Everybody else knows thieves can't, right?
Well, no, we got a
We don't have that
problem.
in our town.
Do you know Morse? 22.
To hit?
Wait a second. Is she's a Fae, right?
Yeah.
24.
Okay, that hits. You're using your spear or your bow? Or
Bow.
Bow? Okay, yeah, you draw your bow.
Yep. And that is 10 damage of the piercing variety.
Okay.
Are you in close combat with her? No, not yet.
Did you add your dex?
To damage.
I think I already did.
Yeah, you couldn't generate that kind of damage
No.
on a unmagical bow without adding your dex damage.
Okay.
Because it does, like, what? A longbow or a short bow?
Short bow does d6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah,
So,
it's,
yeah.
it's added
I was
here.
like, D6 plus 4? But where's the rest of your pluses?
That's,
Yeah.
that is my
Um,
plus.
Okay. Any pretense that this was a human vanishes. She shrieks with this noise that sounds at once bestial, but with the like clipped tones of urgent martial song.
That wasn't an impression, that was a bad disappointment.
Alphonse, your turn. As she like recoils with an arrow
Is the other, I guess,
driven into her.
does that sound alert everybody else?
Yeah.
I'm assuming yes.
That
Okay.
would seem to be the point.
It's been a quiet day. This is not quiet.
All right, I will.
We are in a thunderstorm.
True.
But
I
we are pretty
will,
close,
uh,
and that sounds pretty shrill.
It's one of those noises that you can tell travels.
I assume these two hear it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Alexandra.
You don't even need a roll.
Yeah, no, Alexandra's gonna race out towards it. As
Have
soon
you
as she hears
ever
it.
seen Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me?
No.
Or no, the final episode of Twin Peaks.
No.
Okay. There is a moment where they encounter Laura Palmer in the Black Lodge. And she has, like, the Oni makeup on. And she stands up and she screams with the noise that a friend once described as being the sound of a body in terror with no soul.
That sounds like Laura.
Yeah, it was actually sampled in Marilyn Manson's first album, Portrait of an American Family, on Wrapped in Plastic, appropriately enough. It's a good noise. It's a
Yeah.
really inhuman noise.
Oh, just like Laura.
Yeah.
Ah.
All right. Well, that's fun. All right, so I
Toe
will
to tip.
also shoot her with my bow.
Okay, shoot her with your bow.
And I would I be considered hiding at this point? Like I'm
All the faffing about has. She's aware of where you are
okay,
and
so,
is aware that she's in danger.
so
I don't know if that removes sneak attack or not, but she's definitely like, the gig's up.
Okay. It's either like if I'm hidden, then I would get like sneak attack and advantage on the roll and stuff.
Okay.
But if I am not hidden from her, then I don't. So I don't. I take it.
Okay.
All right, and you are not in close combat with her. You're still.
I'm assuming I wasn't close enough to be
No.
in close combat.
Okay.
No, you shot your bow.
Yeah.
That probably doesn't work. How's a 9?
That, whee, the wind picks up and grabs the arrow and it goes away.
It was a warning shot.
Yeah.
After she's already been shot, yes.
Don't need that anymore.
You're about to have been shot.
She screams in pain, mostly in anger, and
Oh no.
vanishes in like a cloud of like leaves and smoke, and leaving the echoing sound of her like shriek behind.
Great. It's great.
Good sneaking.
There
She saw.
is the sound of heavy footfalls,
Is that,
and
is that us?
as strange bestial yells rise in response.
Nice.
Are we out there yet?
Yeah, you come around the corner.
All right, come around the corner. What happened?
What was that?
I shot another one of them.
Where is it?
Give me a nature roll, or yeah.
So 9 plus 2 is 9 plus
9
Two
plus 2
more.
is 9 plus 2. 9
Two
plus 2
more.
is 9 plus 2.
13.
Dryad, probably.
That was a dryad, and it went away.
Oh, where? Did it escape?
Like actually gone?
Can they not be gone?
Is it invisible? Can they be invisible?
They can do a thing.
Would I know anything about dryads?
They're fey.
The ranger should know.
I should know.
What did you just roll?
I don't know.
You mainly just hit things.
Yeah, I didn't.
You didn't go to ranger school?
It
for-
went poof after I shot it, but
Um,
not in the poof that when you kill a thing it goes poof. Just in a poof of, I'm not here anymore poof.
It just disappeared?
In a poof of leaves.
Heavy footfalls and answering war
Yeah,
cries.
we should not be concerned with that. There are things coming, which we all know about.
Okay, so where's Kieran?
Only me.
Kieran?
Give me initiative.
Hide.
17?
13.
11.
12.
Okay, sorry. 11, 12. Correct?
Yes.
Yes.
13?
Me?
Yeah.
17.
17.
Oh.
Yes. She's
Sue.
17.
Yeah, great.
There is the sound of things coming.
Where's a building we can enter, or does it sound like a lot?
Hard to really get a sense of it. It's echoing strangely around the town. It seems to be coming from several directions.
Is talking still a free action?
Yes.
Do we go back to the temple or try to hold out somewhere?
The temple has like the door ripped
Yeah,
open.
the temple's not a fortifiable location.
We can go through the prism, potentially.
Can we?
I don't know.
That does not seem that is most definitely not a free action.
Okay.
Do we go to buildings that are only one story tall?
Also, if we want to go back to the prism, doesn't the weird guy trying to do the thing have to set it up for us?
3 seconds elapse.
Uh-oh.
Several satyrs, but they're the weird ones, come into view. The ones with the weird human faces hanging in the
Oh,
middle
dear.
of their otherwise large, distorted, powerful fey frames.
Huh.
I step in front of the others.
Yeah, okay. 2 come around a corner. They move to attack you. What is your AC?
Mine 19.
Yeah, one of them charges in, it puts its head down, and moves to attack with its large antlers. This one has, like, horns like a ram.
I raise my shield.
Okay. Uh, 13?
No.
Okay, you sidestep it out of the way.
Sweet.
The other one moves in with a sword. 4?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, you bring up your shield and swat away its attack.
Yay.
Alexandra.
All right. I'm gonna. Oh wait, didn't you? Did
No, my turn's passed.
Oh, okay.
Basically.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to attack the nearest one.
Okay. That will be the one with the sword.
All right, I'm going to attack the one with the sword with my long sword. Please hit. That's not going to hit. 9.
Its momentum carries it past you, and you wind up swinging where it used to be. Alphonse. Two of these things have attacked you.
They attacked me as well?
Well,
Or
they're,
attacked us?
they're attacking the group of you.
Okay, so we're all how far am I away from
How far away from them do you want to be? They joined you.
Right, okay.
There were 2 groups of you. I don't know if you clustered up.
Um,
It's the theater of the mind.
And am I guess I'm not hidden from them, I wasn't hidden from anybody else. So I'll just shoot at the one that she attacked.
Okay.
How is a 14?
That hits.
Okay. And she is in close combat with it, so I get sneak attack on it. So that is 7 and 5. So that is 12 damage.
You put an arrow directly through its freaky little weird face, and it collapses. Like it does the thing where it charges, there's a quick exchange of blows, and it just like...
This is why we brought you.
Crankor.
I engage the other, which I'm assuming has gone far enough past me that I can give it a bowing.
Yep.
And
Give it a right good bowing.
oh no.
How did you cock a D20?
roll it.
Roll it. There we go. Nice. You did like a bank shot there.
That's 21.
That hits.
Okay, for
Get I hit.
7 damage.
Okay.
I don't have fancy things.
Sue.
Are they both still kind of in range of her? I assume I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Okay. I'm
there's
gonna
only one.
There's only one left.
smack it with my mace.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's strength. 17.
That hits.
Get it.
6.
That kills it. Give it a bonk on its head.
Yeah.
Its head does this thing where you put the mace in it, and it goes like,
The mace is still in it.
yeah, and it's gross. The shit is
That's-
gross.
That's good. Yeah. It's just what I wanted.
Faces generally don't do that. It's funny looking, actually. It's kind of hilarious.
Could
giggle,
work.
maybe a
Yeah.
little. Yeah.
Good
So,
job.
but these have like, yeah, they've got the weird human faces on them.
Yeah.
Ooh. And you put it inside out.
I just put something into it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we should not be here
Yeah.
anymore.
There's more war cries, more heavy footfalls. It
Here.
sounds like more of them arriving.
Kieran,
You want to go find a building or the ship?
Isn't the ship where they're all coming from?
If they've already all come from the ship, then there's none left there.
we should find Kieran.
I'm gonna hide. 21.
Okay. You have one round.
Okay, there's two places Kieran would probably be.
Mm-hmm.
The ship or the temple.
If we go back to the temple, I vote ship.
All right, let's go.
We hustle towards
3
the
seconds
ship.
elapse. I guess it's, what is it, 6 seconds?
6 seconds.
Yeah, it's around. Okay, so you move towards the ship. You see 4 of these, what I'm going to call warped sailors, charging towards you. We're going to go stick with the existing initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Sue.
Okay, I have a bow.
Okay.
Can I shoot one of them?
Okay.
12?
That misses.
Pew!
How close are they?
40 feet. They charge.
Okay.
One on each of you.
All right.
Unless,
I'm
actually,
I'm hidden.
you're hidden.
Hopefully,
So
unless they
2
can
of
see
them
me.
recognize the armored soldier and decide, well, that one looks fun. And they charge you. Your AC was 16?
19.
Huh.
That's-
That is going to be a challenge.
Super convenient.
Some kind of a badass here.
I'm wearing armor.
I'm technically wearing armor.
I'm wearing good armor.
They seem unfamiliar with this shape they're in. It seems that their movement is clumsy, whereas the Fae are usually lithe and assured. It seems like their limbs are maybe too long, or maybe too short, or they don't respond fast enough, or they're moving in ways they aren't really familiar with, and their clumsy attacks are easily repulsed. Crankor, one of them attacks you. It misses. Sue, AC?
12.
And one of them just like,
Puts it in.
yeah,
Yeah, it does.
and charges at you and does 4 damage with
Okay.
its short sword.
Physician.
And that doesn't,
Heal
like,
thyself.
the damage I'm not... D&D has always had this very fuzzy relationship with what damage means. This is an actual injury.
Yeah.
Like, your armor protects you from most of it, but,
Ugh.
right, like, you don't know if it's broken ribs or whatever.
Something bad is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alexandra,
All right, I'm
2
going.
of them are attacking you.
I'm gonna smack one of them.
Okay.
I really hope I hit this time. I don't hit this time.
Okay.
8.
Alphonse.
all right, so I am hidden. So I will. So I'm going to attack one of the ones that's on Alexandra.
Okay.
I think. Actually, wait. I'll attack.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because they can't hit you apparently.
I can't hit them either.
Whereas I have been
It's
stabbed.
great.
Yeah. So I'll attack the one on you, and okay. So and as long as they don't see me, I believe I have advantage on this attack.
Okay.
And they're in close combat with her.
And I wouldn't be able to sneak attack anyway because I have advantage on the attack. I'm rendered visible by doing this, obviously. So that is a 20 to hit. Which
That
I'm
hits.
assuming hits. And I get 8 damage.
8 damage. Okay. The arrow unbalances it. Crankor.
I will also attack that one, because you healed me that one time.
You've got one in close combat with you.
I
Yeah.
do not hit it.
You
I
might hit
rolled a
yourself.
1.
We'll just call those automatic misses.
Yeah.
I don't think they're actually.
Yeah.
There's-
Yeah, that's just an
Yeah,
automatic miss.
It's just
I
a real-
hate the like throw your weapon away or kill yourself.
That's
or,
dumb, but it's
yeah.
still a really bad roll.
Well,
Yeah.
if you're not proficient, maybe we have fun with it. But if you're like, yeah.
I love those dumb things.
Well,
How you doing back there, Graham?
I'm all right.
Okay.
Pathfinder has
We'll probably be wrapping up soon.
Pathfinder has the cards, which are fun.
Yeah.
For
Just gonna
random
kill
shit.
us.
Okay. Sue.
I hit the one that is hitting me with my mace.
Okay.
Or do you?
I do.
Oh, yeah, you really do, too.
I guess that's a 14?
That hits.
Okay.
Put it in.
3.
It goes down.
You put it in.
I put it in the face.
I hit the one that hit me.
Yeah.
They go.
Good, important words, I think.
Two of them
True
continue to
words.
attack you, Alexandra.
My body is ready.
You said 19?
Yeah.
They prowl to each side of you and launch a new attack. They both hit.
Ooh.
Right in the vulnerable spot.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh, good. One
Nice.
down to 2.
For a grand total of 5 damage.
All right. I can deal with that.
You used
Good
up.
thing your body was ready.
Yeah, it was so ready.
You used up all their cunning with.
Crankor, the one that there remains one attacking you. It misses.
Good. My body was apprehensive.
There are further war cries as the sound of yet more seem to be imminent. Alexandra.
You have to take out the monster lair.
I'm gonna keep swinging.
Okay.
Please hit. 13?
That barely hits.
Really? But
Yay.
it hits, right?
Yes, it hits.
Yes.
It actually hits. 4 damage.
I want to find the generator.
Okay, Alphonse.
All right, I will shoot one of the ones on because apparently they figured out how to hit you. She's like, oh crap! I am no longer hidden though, so it's just the one dice. Ooh,
Yeah.
Good roll.
that's a hit. I'm assuming a
Yeah,
24.
their
hit.
AC is 13.
Yeah.
We can drop the.
The pretense.
You're looking for a 13. Tell me if you hit a 13.
Nice.
And that is 12 points of damage.
Okay. One of the ones that you were fighting just just drops soundlessly, like
Yay.
a sack of potatoes.
Covered in oddly draped flesh.
Yeah. And Crankor.
I will attack the remaining one.
Well, there are 2
There's
left.
one attacking you and there's one attacking
Oh,
Alexandra.
yeah.
Well, then I will attack the one actually attacking you because I'm better with my bow than I am with my spear.
Does that draw opportunity attacks?
It does not. You can
Okay.
you can fire in close combat. Now, if you try to shoot your bow at somebody who you're in close combat with, you
Right.
have disadvantage.
Okay, so
So because you're not in contact with... Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
This
you,
works for you.
you can It's a little weird, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's hilarious. Anyway, take your shot.
did that in WoW,
it's
too.
16.
16, that hits.
Okay, and
Only with
that's a 7 damage.
Okay, you do 7 damage to it. Sue.
I smack the one that's hitting Alexandra.
Okay,
Hit it.
you hit it.
I do 7 damage.
You kill it. There's only the one remaining on Crankor now. However, 8
Ah!
appear from the direction of the wharf.
Ah!
Don't.
You
Ah!
made the bad choice.
Oh.
hide.
I'll get right on that. Clank,
They are
clank,
so much
clank.
faster than us.
They are led by a significantly larger one. One
Oh.
that doesn't look malformed anymore. It looks more like the one that you saw in the market. These ones are like wobbly.
Oh.
Uh,
I want more wibbly ones.
yeah.
Fewer bigger ones.
Maybe the other ones will go away if we take out the big one.
That's
Uh,
the hope.
This one bellows something in Sylvan. And unless you speak Sylvan, you have no idea. But it sounds like...
Learn Sylvan.
it sounds singular or instrumental. It sounds like a 1v1 me.
So a challenge.
Yeah.
No.
Hide.
And yeah, Crankor, the one currently fighting you, attacks you and misses.
Yeah.
1v1 doesn't sound like a situation where I could sneak attack very effectively.
And the large one, the 7 others charge forward. So it wasn't quite a 1v1.
And
Well then.
we can't really escape. So let's do this. This is what I was made for.
Okay, to attack you, Alexandra.
All right.
Yeah, how do you... I guess you wouldn't... learning the Sylvan language would be quite difficult. Because
Yeah.
presumably you would need a Fae to teach you.
Yeah,
You can make the pact, but
Apparently, all I have to
actually,
do is, sacrifice a bunch
3
of people.
attack you.
Okay, great.
I don't need all my
They
arrow.
all miss.
Yay.
Good.
You void. You
I void
you
my
yield
bells,
ground.
And they slip.
You draw that aggro.
You yield
Yeah.
ground. You weave a defense with your sword and your shield.
Because I'm
You
awesome.
know where to take hits on your armor so that it doesn't injure you.
Save me.
Not like you.
I'm trying.
Crankor, 2 more
As I figure out
turn
how
to
hit
attack
anything.
you,
Okay.
as you seem to be some kind of soldier.
Ugh, some kind of soldier.
What was your AC?
15.
15. That'd be 2 hits.
Oh no.
They attack with their swords.
Oh no.
They do 9 damage
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
as they charge it. They seem to have your number.
Well,
Or they're having a hard time
Are you
dealing
down?
with you
no, I have 3 hit points remaining.
and
He's decreased.
Yep.
But not down.
to attack you.
Oh.
What's your AC?
12.
I was made for this.
1 hit
Okay.
for 3 damage.
Okay. So I'm down to 4.
Do you have any fancy magic? This would be a time to do fancy magic.
I technically have fancy magic. Technically.
Your turn.
My turn.
Technically.
Okay. So there's 3 attacking her, 2 attacking him, 2 attacking me,
Yep.
and then the big one.
Yeah, the big one is kind of
Further
wandering
away?
forward leisurely.
Oh, nice.
It did the thing where all its dudes ran past it, and it's just kind of like walking.
You and
Okay.
Crankor are significantly more like visibly damaged than Alexandra is.
Yes.
Just FYI.
I'm going to attack one of the ones that attacked me.
Okay.
with my mace.
Warlock gonna
You're looking for a 13.
I hit it.
Okay.
Hit it good.
Ooh, 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I've messed up the initiative at some point. Alexandra, go.
All right.
Because this is a different group. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
I'm going to hit a thing.
Okay.
Please hit.
Ooh.
That hit. 16.
Okay.
I will hit the nearest one. 10 damage.
Okay.
Does not
It's
come
severely
out.
injured.
Yay.
Keep doing that. That's good.
Yeah, I would like
Alphonse.
All right. I will shoot at one of. So there's 2 on you, 2 on you, 3 on you.
Yeah.
Get 12. Everybody's bad. Everybody's in a bad
Everybody's
way.
bad.
to. Fine. This will be fine.
And you've hurt the one on you
I've hurt the one on me. Yeah.
a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, so I'll go for that one. The one that's
Okay.
hurt that's on you.
Hey.
Sweet.
Natural 20. So that,
Yeah.
Hit that shit.
I mean, okay. And sneak attack damage is doubled on a crit as well.
What?
Ooh.
So, he's probably dead.
They have 11 hit points.
Yeah, he's dead.
It's
dead.
Yeah, 17 damage.
You
Okay.
noticed.
Yeah.
Really dead.
It dies. Crankor.
Spectacularly.
I will shoot the other one that's on the healer
Okay.
in hopes that you can survive and heal me when I die next turn. That could be no, that is 7 and 6 is
13.
13.
Yes!
So that hits.
Magic number.
Okay.
5 and 4 is 9.
Let's get number 2.
Okay.
It's damage wise.
Yep, that's good. Sue.
Okay.
The one that you hit last turn died.
Poofed.
Yep. Another one has been arrowed and seems to be injured, and another one is. Yeah, there were 2 on you.
There were
Yeah.
2 on
Yeah.
me. Yeah.
So there's one severely injured
Yep.
on you now.
Yeah. I hit it.
Okay.
I hit it
Yay.
You hit it.
I mean, you hit it, but you hit it.
for 4.
It dies.
Yay.
It dies.
Yay.
Find, replace, face, mace.
That was beautiful.
It's cute.
Yeah, it's adorable.
I giggle a lot.
That's not a free action.
Crankor.
Nothing is a
No.
free action.
Sorry, your AC was.
15. Yes, apologize, please.
They both miss you.
Yay.
Alexandra. 3 attack you. In my mystical quest for a 19 on a die 20. 1 comes close.
That's cute.
Talk about this.
Yeah, we will.
And just as the big one, the leader, moves in to begin attacking, there's an answering cry. And Kieran arrives, and she attacks it. She moves with a surprising economy of motion. Every one of her actions seems very calculated and thoughtful. She advances, occupying ground. She's always like over her legs, basically. Her balance is always like exquisite. And she's also just very fast. And she attacks and pierces it twice with a spear. There are some injuries of some kind.
It's unclear.
Yeah, Alexandra, go.
All right, so I still have. Do I still have the 3 on me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
One of them is damaged,
Okay.
I believe. Yeah, one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you whacked one real good.
Yeah.
There's one that is very badly injured. There are just 2 others. They're the 2 fighting Crankor.
Okay. I guess I'll try and finish off the damaged one.
Okay.
I appear to probably maybe do so. Does 4 damage?
Yeah, that kills it.
Yay! I killed a thing.
Good job.
We're murderers.
Credit
Yeah.
to team.
Yeah. Alphonse.
Kieran appears to be having no problems with whatever that. The big one is like, is it scarier looking than the guy that was in the market?
About the same.
Okay. All right, I will go after one of the ones on Crankor. 19. So that is 10 damage.
Okay.
So close.
Yeah. You do 10 damage to it.
Somebody poked that one.
Crankor.
I'll
Spike, bite 'em.
spear one of the ones that's on me.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a 18. That's a hit.
Okay.
Hell of a hit.
I can. Spoilers.
It dies.
It does.
Assuming you're going after the one that. Yeah.
Okay. Sue.
Okay, so what are my options?
There is 1 fighting Crankor,
Yeah.
2 fighting Alexandra,
Right.
Kieran fighting the big one.
I hit the one that's fighting Crankor.
Okay.
You also with a bow.
Are we far away?
It's a
mean, you
swirling
can-
melee. You can determine it. He was shooting at the ones on you.
Yeah.
So yes, you would be at some distance to one another.
Okay.
But you could walk up to him and whack him with your
within
I'll
30
walk
feet.
up and
Okay.
whack him. I miss.
Okay. Their turn. Crankor, 1 misses you. Alexandra, they get a hit.
Oh, fancy that.
Careful what you wish for. Go, 7 damage.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's
Uh-oh.
all of them.
You're at a
Yeah.
0, yeah.
Oh no! Our strategy.
Of just letting this be alone
Yeah.
by itself. Yeah. Just happen.
Well,
You're just
You're-
unconscious, I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
you,
yeah,
you
I-
begin making death saves.
oh yeah.
Unless you have some kind of other ability that I'm otherwise unaware of.
do, but I have to make sure. I don't know if
Okay.
I can use it when I'm at 0. I might not.
Or is it in reaction?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a bonus action on my turn
Okay,
to regain HP.
okay.
It doesn't say anything about.
If you are unconscious, you cannot take actions.
Okay.
I think is the general rule.
Okay.
Who should help her now?
Yes.
That'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, you are maneuvering in battle. You are attacking as much as you can. You are trying to remember how to riposte. You are knocking their attacks away. And then there's a sword in you. And that was probably inevitable.
Yeah.
But you felt like pretty confident going into it.
it's like in the back of your mind, it's like, huh, I thought I had fixed that part of the armor, but maybe that repair hadn't gone quite as well as I thought it had.
Yeah, it's a ring burster, right? Like their short swords are triangular, like they're thrusting weapons. So
Nasty.
they focus a tremendous amount of pressure on a single point, and if they get them into a ring,
That opens.
it can burst the rivet.
All right. Down she goes.
Yeah, and it screams triumphantly in your face. The other attacker, yeah, was a distraction. It worked. So, the one fighting Kieran.
Did I hear you miss?
Hmm?
Didn't you?
Kieran.
Oh, Kieran, sorry.
Yeah, misses as she. Her spear fighting is such that she doesn't really give it attacks. She's holding it off at a significant distance and is fighting with yeah, it's cool. If you pay much attention to it, it looks totally sweet. My NPC is better at fighting than you guys are.
I know.
We'll tell you all about it when you wake up.
Yeah. So that's their go. Alexandra, give me a stabilization roll, DC 10.
Natural 20.
Okay. Does that do anything for stabilization in 5th
I think
ed?
it gives you.
Is that
health
2
point, isn't
successes?
it? Or yeah.
Or wait, do you just do the Jason
I
Voorhees
will-
thing where you're like,
At
I
one
will
point
look
that
it
did
up.
something.
yeah,
I'm not sure if it still does.
Dracula up.
yeah, you just sit up like Kane.
Death saving throws. Page.
Yeah.
Oops, too far.
What up, everybody?
Okay. Oh yeah. If you roll a 20, you regain 1 hit point.
Yeah, you get hit
Okay.
point.
Sweet.
Great.
You're back.
So
Actually,
yeah,
That and then 1 hit point is enough for you to wake up, so you can use your other ability.
yeah,
Later, yeah.
yeah. So you just actually like sit up, being like, wait a minute, I have like,
Yeah.
And another thing.
yeah.
But I can't do it till my turn.
Well, it is your turn. That was
Oh.
the save.
Sweet. Okay.
Right.
Which is at
Right.
the start of your turn, right?
Savings.
Yeah,
Savings
okay.
upkeep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say.
I regained 3 hit points.
Nice.
Yay.
Okay.
And now
Okay.
I'm back to target for healing.
I have 4 hit points.
Alphonse.
All right, so there's 1 on you,
I
Yeah.
think so.
3 on you,
2 on me.
2 on you, because you killed 1.
Yeah.
And you're also prone, I guess. You'd be because you
Yeah.
fell over.
Yeah, or maybe the satyr, the warped sailor, buries its weapon in you, and you do not fall. You should,
Wow.
but you do not. You find
That's
your
some
feet
serious
under you.
Terminator stuff going on here.
Yeah.
That's where you like grab the sword and you're like, ugh.
Then it just comes out the other side. Yeah, Devil May Cry. Yeah.
All right. In that case, I'll shoot the 1 on you. It's like
Much.
She
This
seems
is
to be
We
fine.
can continue with the plan.
Usually that's bad, but she seems fine, so okay.
Hey.
That's a hit.
That's a hit. And that is 9 damage.
Okay. Crankor.
I'll spear the one that's on me. Yeah.
2 damage is all you need.
Hey.
That's a hit.
That'll do it.
Okay.
And that's
Ooh.
a smash.
Spoilers, dead. Okay. 2 remain.
Yep. Plus the boss.
Yep.
Yep.
There's a melee going on. It is distant. Unless you're paying attention to it.
I feel like Alphonse like standing a little way of the ways like outside the big like melee thing. He's like, oh man, guys, there's
Yeah.
serious awesome stuff going on over here.
Alexandra's a little busy.
She fell
You
asleep
just-
for a moment.
And metal shards.
That is awesome, and this is a remedial shop class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you were struggling for like your footing on the wet paving stones. There is like grime everywhere. You're cold, you're wet, you're sweaty. There's things yelling at you. There's
I've
blood
died
everywhere.
once.
Maybe
You're
your
not
Fell
arms.
asleep for a period.
Not
of time.
die.
Everything
yeah.
smells like
I just
fish.
needed a breather.
Okay. Sue.
I shoot one of the ones attacking Alexandra.
Okay.
Fish and salad.
I miss.
Okay.
Oh wait.
That was a 9.
Plus 4. Do you help?
I
11.
proficiency in simple weapons. Does that count for simple
Yep.
ranged? Yes. Okay, then I hit.
Okay.
Perfect. 6.
Okay. Alexandra. 2 on you. Continue to attack. One of them seems confused and angry, but
I could have sworn.
then
I
again,
stabbed
maybe
this
you're not
person.
reading their body language accurately.
I would like it to not hit, please.
You remember in Jason X when it stabs the guy through Jason stabs the guy through the bulkhead, and he's like, "It's gonna take more than a tickle in the ribs to put this old dog down," and you see the machete come back like out, and then in again, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that ought to do it."
I'm dead, aren't I?
You take 6 damage.
I'm -2.
Yeah.
I don't get that heal now, do I?
No.
There's no victory yell this time. There is just like, oh, yeah, you get the impression this guy's like, yeah, I got fancy last time. I'm just gonna,
Or
Just keep putting it
sort
in.
of slightly like,
yeah.
okay.
Alexandra, stabilization roll. Death save.
12.
Okay, you get a check mark. Alphonse.
I will shoot. Okay. Wait.
I hit one, yeah.
Did you did you shoot it with your bow?
I shot it, yeah.
So there's actually nobody in close combat because she's
Yeah.
unconscious.
Yeah.
So there's nobody actually in close combat with those two,
No.
and those are the only two that are left alive.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, you could close combat the one that Kieran's fighting, but we'd appreciate your assistance over here.
Okay. It just means that I can't sneak attack if nobody else is in close combat. But just attack normally. That is a hit.
Yar. 12.
Have either of them been damaged?
No,
two?
I don't think so.
Well, then I shot the one that stabbed her.
Or no, wait. I have 6 damage marked on one from
Yeah.
her bow.
I did
yeah,
that, yeah.
Then I'm attacking that one, and I do 8 damage to it.
it dies.
Yay.
Good.
Crankcore.
Yes.
Crankor helps with the other one. That is a hit. And a 10 damage.
Okay. It is now Sue's turn.
Okay. Can I move over to it and smack it?
Yep.
All right.
Poke it.
Bludgeoning.
Poke it like Polaroid.
No bludgeoning today.
Poke it like
I
a
attempted to
gun.
bludgeon it.
Polaroid
1 point of
Swishes.
damage. Just kick it in the shins.
Chemical packet.
It disengages and tries to run for the wharf.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay. It takes a 40-foot move. Alexandra.
Good thing.
I draw my short bow. Oh, wait.
Try not
You
to
can't see
die.
things right now.
13.
Another death save. Alphonse.
It's less than 80 feet away from me still?
Yep.
Yes, that's a 13.
All right.
And that's 5 damage.
Exactly correct. It slides on the wet paving tile.
How's
As-
Kieran doing?
She is toying with this thing,
Oh.
but not overconfidently. She's like, "Oh God, my shoulder," right? Like, getting too old for this shit. Like practicing her parries. And when she notices that all the others are dead, she finishes it off.
Well,
And we'll call it there because it's like
Right.
10:30.
And I'm dead.
Yeah.
You got the healer is like standing
I
right beside
Yeah.
you.
moved up to you. Poke.
I'm like,
Magic.
Yeah.
Yay.
The
your double holes become
yeah,
Rainbow
and as you
holes.
move in to do your healing magic, the the pact is renewed that ensures the health of humanity through the healing magic of the prism.
Right.
It the healing magic is actually like this sounds reductive, but like your hit dice are a reflection of the healing power of your presence in this world.
Neat.
Hence why I'm comfortable with hit points actually representing injury.
Neat. How non-dead am I now?
How many hit dice do you want to blow?
Oh, right, okay. Well, I only have one.
Well, you did a heal.
Yeah, I did a heal, and that's one.
Okay.
Oh, that's a D8. I
Yeah,
guess.
D8.
I can D8
That's
you.
that's your spell for the turn. So yeah, we will do XP afterwards, but I'm going to call it for there.
yeah.
And
It's a 5 on the D8.
we'll do all kinds of the tedious
Plus
bookkeeping afterwards.
4,
But
I
now we should thank any additional subs if
up to
anyone
I have
sub.
4 additional subs to
Ooh,
thank.
very exciting.
Magnus 1 with a 20-month resub. Thank you, Magnus 1.
Magnus.
Thank you.
The latest in a long line, username The Burninator has subscribed.
Ooh.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much. Snirky with a 5-month resub. Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Snirky.
Snirky.
Thanks,
Very much
Snirky.
appreciated.
It's
And
impossible
T.
to say that
Stodden.
without going like snirky.
T. Stodden with a 28-month resub. Welcome back, T. Stodden. Thank you. for
Thank you very
28
much,
months.
T. Stodden.
Oh, and a couple more under the wire. Morgington with a 12-month resub. 1 year from
Hey,
Morgington.
first anniversary. Thank you
Welcome
very
back.
much.
And Ember Becky with a 26-month resub.
Oh,
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you so
Emma
much,
Becky.
Ember Becky, for your continued support.
Okay.
All right.
So-
take us home, Cam.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining me on this actually surprisingly lengthy adventure that I decided to take us on. I haven't DM'd for a while, but I feel like I'm knocking the rust off, enjoying it, and we might come back to it at some point in the future.
yeah.
The inaugural. What was the name of the?
Etin.
Etin.
Eaton.
Eton.
Etin.
Eaton.
All right. I like.
It's the first 2 words of an old Latin sentence.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. And
Yeah.
that is pretty cool. I like that logo there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really sweet.
Yeah,
See,
that's
we have
totally rad.
Yeah, we have a logo.
Yeah.
Already.
That means we're real.
That means you have
Yeah.
to do it. That means you have to do it again.
Exactly.
Okay. So, if you enjoyed it, yeah, I'm glad. I hope everyone had a good time tonight, and yeah. So I'm not sure when the next AFK is scheduled, but we will see you all on the internets in the interim. Yeah. I assume you can contact us on Twitter or anywhere. This is brought to you by your subscriptions on Twitch and your support on Patreon at www.patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. And as always, our content is available on our website at www.loadingreadyrun.com. We have over a decade of LOLs. We are a LOL juggernaut. We are an unstoppable LOL foundry.
A luller.
And if you missed any part of this, it will be going up on our YouTube replay channel,
Yeah.
youtube.com/loadingreadylive. So check that out. That will be going up fairly soon.
Check it out there.
And is there going to be the Rhythm Tuesday tomorrow?
Yes, we'll see. I will see you tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Heather and I will be making the triumphant return to the land of Rodney Greenblatt to finish up Parappa the Rapper.
That's not a real place.
Wait, for real?
Rodney Greenblatt? Yeah.
Parappa the Rapper?
Yeah. We've been stuck in the toilet stage for like ever.
That was so brutal.
It is.
I was uncomfortably aware of the state of my bladder for several months after playing that game.
It's been stuck in my head for 3 weeks, and I think we're going to beat it, and which means we'll get to that triumphant ending, and then
Right.
who knows?
Will Ian and Heather beat the toilet stage? Find out.
Will they,
crap their pants in a rocket
triumphantly
blast?
conquer their bladders?
At the end, you get the shit.
Yeah.
Good
no,
night, folks.
If you, yeah.
Toodles!